Jesus fucking Christ. It would not work for some reason. Alright. End of Times is the title of this Vaporwave mix. Bitch. Why is it streaming to multiple channels? I didn't tell it to do that. No, fuck off with all this crap. Oh my god. Take that bullshit down.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up?
Not much, just started this stream, I guess.
Oh, that's cool. Or just, around, talking to people or some shit like that?
No, I just kind of sit here and talk about shit. I guess people join in randomly.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Ugh. Oh my goodness. The dirty rice. I had some dirty rice with dinner, and holy shit, man, I am coughing. Because I choked on some, yeah.
You had dirty rice?
Yeah, dirty rice.
Like rice you didn't clean?
It's not unclean rice, it's just a, it's more to that type of spice of rice, yeah.
I mean, I never heard of it. I just eat white rice.
Have you had fried rice?
Yeah. I've been almost every day I've been eating chicken and white rice with sweet Thai sauce and sour cream.
Right.
Crap. Chat. Oh.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, how hard are we going to fuck up, like, Mage of the Ascension 5th edition?
Very much, because Mage has become completely retarded in the last 15 years, so
Oh no.
it's completely tone deaf. I keep talking to people about it, how like in the 90s mage was pretty cool, where, you know, most mages were like evil without being Nefandi. because they're just egotistical, but now all evil things are because of Nefandi, and the president's a Nefandi, Elon Musk is a Nefandi. If anything bad happens in society, if in modern society, the technocracy has nothing to do with it. It's all Nefandi. The military-industrial complex, technocracy has nothing to do with it. That's Nefandi.
Military-industrial complex, obviously the Iron Hands. Wait, no. I think we have it's a specific Nefandi faction. Not like one of the three major ones, but more so like a really specific one who uses like, the military-industrial complex. And I forgot what they're called.
I know about the Iron Hands. I don't know of another one. I mean, I'm sure that exists. Like, Nefandi can be doing those things, but the thing is...
Yeah, they are the Iron Hands, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. See, Evan.
The thing is that is like a fringe, tiny faction that should not be behind everything.
Oh, the Nefandi?
Yeah. The Nefandi are just a scapegoat for, like, mage players to say, my faction does no wrong whenever, if something bad happens, it's Nefandi. Because...
Well, I'm always just thinking, like, the Nefandi are just really just an ultimate evil that are just, a lot worse than the other ones. But those evils completely just become evil independent of the Nefandi. Whether the Nefandi are there or not. They're just... Really all they are, though, is just useful idiots for the Nefandi to use. But yeah, I do think, actually, that a overusage of this Nefandi, though, as like a scapegoat is kind of retarded. Or sort of it is saying that Elon Musk or Donald Trump are Nefandi. I mean, do you remember, I think, what is it? There was like the Golden One, which was like this one YouTuber, and there was like a parody of him, and Book of the Fallen Book, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of retarded.
Like, that shit can happen, but... Like, it gets to the point where they're like, all billionaires are Nefandi. Everybody... It's okay to say... Like, I like... My favorite faction is the Cult of Ecstasy, and I would not enjoy them if they did not suck a lot. Like, that's a faction full of rapists and weirdos. Like, that's...
The same stuff with Warhammer 40,000, though, where sort of all of the factions are just getting turned like either completely good or evil. The only reason why we bothered to go, of course, with the Imperium are actually kind of fucking evil and a bunch of assholes, is pretty much just for completely political reasons. But they constantly dick ride Gilliman, who is practically, of course, is a bureaucrat. They also go just constantly dick ride the Ostra Militarum, which, although being the few good guys, still pretty much just send in their own masters, of course, to get slaughtered. And they also go into stick ride the Adeptus Astartes, despite pretty much also being incredibly scummy and shitty as fuck.
Yeah, like, I like realism. I don't... Like, the technocracy is just a Redditor power fantasy now. There's nothing...
Yeah.
It sucks.
It is kind of funny, though, because I think the Void Engineers are probably my favorite faction in the entire game, but it is just so fucking shit, of course, ever treated, and how the technocracies are kind of just turned from literally, of course, corrupt oligarchs and technocrats, hence their name, into whatever the fuck they're going with nowadays.
Now it's... Even the Syndicate, they're like... If you say you do... Like, you can't even... The Syndicate... They're literally the rich. Elon Musk is the world's richest person. And there's no... Did you see that? Did you see that comic that I posted, that Smiling Friends comic I made about that debate that I keep having with people?
Yes, I did had it. Where we just try to make it where he's like a son of Ether, right?
Yeah, I unironically hear that shit. Let me, That's so fucking... I hate these
That's
people.
really dumb. Well, you don't hate them enough.
Like, I don't... Mages are honestly shit. Like, having magic powers doesn't make you a good person. Like all these fucking idiots keep telling me. No, that would lead to... That would lead to bad shit happening. Like, that would lead to a lot of, like, sexual assault and slavery and mind-breaking and a bunch of evil shit. Because...
Yeah, a lot of them are kind of assholes, though. I mean, sort of I guess they did the vampires pretty okay-ish, but it's just more like, of course, there's like... You can see, of course, the direction they're coming with, where, like, all the good ones are usually, like, the super progressive faggots, and all the evil ones are just run-the-mill conservative supervillains. And the Sabbat are sort of just toned down to being non-existent.
Yeah, like, that's... Yeah, they don't let you play as the Sabbat, strangely enough, but I am actually... That's why tabletop games, like, suck now, as we've wandered away from the punk aspect. Because I am down with fighting conservatives and shit. You should fight conservatives and capitalism and religion and all that. But they do it in such a stupid fucking way.
They're just really shit at it, that's all.
They do it wrong, like, it's...
Really, really stupid, that's it.
I hate all those things. I hate conservatives, capitalism, and religion. And they don't... And I can't... And these Redditors somehow completely ruin that.
Yeah.
Like, I have to stop talking to people about it because it just keeps pissing me off.
Oh, yeah. I love Dick. No, bro, you don't understand. I love Dick writing My Corrupt Oligarchs. I wanted to say this too. Isn't the Syndicate also, like, in bed with, Pentex?
Yeah, but they're saying, oh, you see, they became aware and they're fighting Pentex now. They're fighting them all. And they're destroying Nefandi. They have nothing. These billionaire capitalists have nothing to do with anything bad happening in the world ever anymore. That's what they're saying.
I claim to hate capitalism, but I just defend the oligarchs and dick ride them, of course.
Real capitalism has never been tried. It was Nefandi. That's why greed exists.
Ayn Rand did nothing wrong, of course, she was right.
They would say... They would probably say Ayn Rand was a Nefandi or something if you... You know what? You know what I had a conversation with fucking people about Israel and the technocracy. Did you know that these liberals, these soy cucks, they literally think that Israel is like a goat farm where nothing technological happens? They don't have an advanced... 20% of Israel's GDP is their extremely advanced tech industry that's propped up by the entire Western world. And Israel is considered a stronghold of civilization against the so-called barbarian hordes and stupid, superstitious Muslims. Yeah, I'm sure the technocracy has nothing to do with that. I'm sure that doesn't sound like the technocracy at all.
And definitely, of course, the Israeli wars are sort of, Israel's wars with their neighboring countries. Definitely, it's not like, a sort of at a stage for the technocracy to slowly introduce their, equipment, their technology to the outside world without any paradox. Nope, not at all.
A lot of people don't even read the fucking books because I was explaining. You do realize the technocracy uses wars to introduce new technology to consensus, right?
They do.
And I had to explain to people. I had this argument on the 4chan tabletop board with everybody in the thread. They all... I had to explain to them, it's literally in Void Engineer's core in Old World of Darkness. They literally do UFO sightings on purpose to condition people to accepting future aircraft designs. They do that to condition consensus. Nobody reads the fucking books before they start arguing with me. Like, I can't like talk to people about it anymore. Like, everybody's way too fucking stupid. They don't even read the fucking books.
It's just a tragedy. I mean, White 12 fans had always been kind of retarded, but dear God.
Like, I can't talk to, like, only 1% of the fans are not stupid.
I'm happy to be part of that 1%.
Yeah, if you can at least acknowledge that all of this, you see the tone problems happening.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite annoying though. I mean, sort of at the Book of the Fallen shit, the warning is the gayest shit imaginable. It's just... And like, I like the Nefandi because I'm the type of edgelord who would probably just love, you know, the Chaos Space Marines from 40k. I just love evil. That's it. Especially though when it's like contrast to the other types of evil though. But you're gonna have to go, of course, and make, you know, pure evil be pretty rare, and sort of it has also happened where the other evils happen completely independently from them. I don't want it to be like a, you know, sort of sovereign situation where all of the evil in the world is actually because of this one type of evil. That's gonna get retarded.
No, like I was saying on Twitter before I got fucking suspended was,
Shalom.
The Nefandi basically just enable people's stupidity. Like, everybody has blind spots in their paradigm. The Syndicate is, like, rotten to the core, just, like, innately. That's why they have the Pentex connection, because capitalism leads to greed. You know, they advocate greed and displacing people and exploiting people. It leads to greed and corruption.
It's like, I spoken with a friend, actually, with a friend of mine, and asked him why did people just constantly dick ride the technocracy? And he kind of just replies with, it's just that everyone has that kind of uwu faction that they just want to defend, and the technocracy is kind of like that. Which is technically kind of true-ish, but still is quite annoying. It's like the same reason why people dick ride and also unironically defend chaos. It's just, like, even a Imperium dick rider would probably be a lot better at it, because you actually could unironically defend the Imperium without looking like a complete retard.
Yeah, like...
With chaos, though, it's just fucking dumb. That's it. It's just... Like, going in and justifying what the followers of Chaos do, or the Space Marines, their Marines, of course, and their goals is just stupid. And it's like one guy who just dicks rides, of course, Abaddon, because he just says that Abaddon doesn't need the Chaos Gods, even though he's a useful idiot. Idiot for them. You know, much like Chaos Undivided in general. Which I think in my headcanon is really nothing short, though. It's just a bunch of just non-believers, though, who don't really just worship any of the specific gods and instead just learn about that they exist and want to use them. That's like a bunch of tools. But really what it is that they're just a bunch of useful idiots for the gods. I don't know how the fuck you would ever go and use beings that are vastly more intelligent than you are. Go and pretty much just allow themselves to be used like fucking tools. Like, I'm pretty sure they would just go... That would probably go, of course, and be a little bit of a blowback. A blowback, yeah. A bit of a backfire. Sorry.
Yeah, like, I would side with Chaos, because siding with Chaos is basically like you're just agreeing to get fucked. Like, you're fucked anyway. You might as well go all the way. Like, if you're
that is true.
if you're working in a factory in the Imperium.
Yeah, manufacturing.
You're working 21 hours a day. like probably getting mangled, getting exploited. The nobles probably rape your wife or something, and you're going to be turned into nutrient paste when you die, which will be very soon. And
Yes,
I would side with
fair.
Korn. I would side. I don't care if my soul's damned for eternity, because in that moment, I just want to kill my boss. I don't care what happens. I just want to kill people and then die.
I just want to go. That is literally the reason why 99% of these, chaos cults actually arrive, though. They're just disgruntled and fucking hate the Imperium, though, because it's a corrupt shithole full of degeneracy. In itself, of course, which the irony of which is that the very forces of chaos which they side to kind of are also the reason why it's a fucking shithole. Like, sort of it's just the Imperial Creed is literally begun by Lorgar himself, who was the first heretic. Was the first of the traitor Primarchs, but yes. So it's quite funny though, regardless. Like, and I don't mean that to say it's a scapegoat. I just mean it as a like, of course. Then, well, chaos is. I wouldn't really say it's a source of all evil, and more so instead just a sort of whirlwind of evil. You know about the what is it, idiom, reap what you sow?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. So chaos is really nothing short, though, of just an exploitation of those innate evil that all men have. Like, all of us kind of have a good and evil in ourselves, though, and we can't really deny it. Chaos sort of instead just simply, of course, extends that to its absolute limits. Which is how chaos corruption works.
Yeah, like, it's the way that Warhammer is supposed to be. It's like Warhammer Fantasy. Yes. You're supposed to see horrible oppression and poverty and people living in shit and getting crucified by the Inquisition. And then also...
The Inquisitions are not in fantasy. Those are the witch hunters. But yeah, it is kind of like that. Witch hunters are pretty similar to it, though, regardless. So yeah.
That's what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be the Inquisition that is looking for heretics and
pretty much
annihilating people, and then the demons come out and start raping and killing everybody, and that doesn't make the humans better. That's like you're just seeing two shitty things happening.
Well, the demons are really nothing more than just a reflection of human shittiness, which is why they exist in the first place, despite in 40k the gods themselves arriving long before humanity became a thing. But still then. But then again, of course, the gods are still around and are mainly getting fueled because of human shittiness.
Like, it's supposed to be... It's just supposed to be like punk realism where pretty much everything sucks and you have to be an individual. You're not supposed to be subsumed into these factions. That's how World of Darkness is also. You're supposed to be an individual. You're not just... That's why the technocracy is bad, because you cease to be an individual. You're just an apparatus. But of course they changed that so that everybody can... You can be a schizophrenic transgender person with an imaginary friend who practices a little magic now, and nobody cares. It's just funny. The technocracy doesn't care anymore.
A beautiful, valid, and real trans woman who is, of course, definitely a real woman, and you better go and fucking respect her pronouns. But don't you ever dare, of course, go and be an unironic defender of the non-mystical traditions.
Yeah, and like... What do you... This is the problem with them emotionally attaching themselves to factions is, what are you gonna do? Like, because what's happening in society right now is society seems to be rejecting transgenderism. So that would be reflected in the New World Order and the progenitors, like, purging them. Saying, no, you can't be whatever you want. There's two sexes. You can technically be different genders, but there's two sexes and there's a way that you're expected to act in society. That's not what I'm saying. That's what the New World Order is, by definition, and the progenitors, the two factions. These are the two most conformist, like, tyrannical factions in the setting.
Well, yeah, of course. The New World Order, of course. I also don't really want the technocracy to be depicted as blatant and, evil right-wing conservatives or whatever, because that's kind of getting retarded. I do kind of like it when, technocrats are just simply capitalists, where they just do whatever the fuck they have to do, of course, whenever the wind blows, and they just go by that direction. Oh, wait, of course, trannies are getting popular, and everyone loves trans rights or whatever. Alright, like heckin' trans rights. The New World Order says trans rights. Wait a second, everyone hates trannies? Never mind, total tranny death.
Did you see?
That's kind of what it is. Yeah.
Did you see that other comic I made where it was side by side with like the gay technocracy and then the real one?
Yes.
We
all know that both would be true.
Both are true. The problem is that they deny the part of the technocracy where they side with Israel and test weapons on Palestinians.
I mean, we'll go with any war, though. Oh, Russo-Ukrainian war? Go with that. Oh, wait, of course, the war happening in the... What is it, Sudan? There's a war going on in either Sudan. It's like a bunch of gangs just killing each other. We'll go with that, too. They'll probably just give them some weapons to rape and murder each other with. Yeah, go with that. What else is fair? Yeah, like, literally any other faction, though, and they've probably been doing this with all these different wars. Like, that's probably how they, we also got the atomic bomb, too. I don't know, I just don't really like... I just think it's really, really bizarre how people would just dick ride them.
Yeah, and I actually like the technocracy when they're really corrupt. There's, like, some good elements, but I like being part of them when they're, like, absurdly fucked up in some ways. Because even in the new lore, they sadistically torture fairies for fun. Like, that's even in the new lore, where there's supposed to be a Redditor power fantasy. They literally torture fairies. Like, they're doing things, even in the new lore, where if you saw that happening, you would want to kill them.
Wait a second, the fairies? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's absurdly fucked up to torture fairies.
By chance, is the technocracy also secretly led by any Slovaks by chance?
By who?
Slovaks. Changeling, but dreaming. They're like the, Unseelies. Pretty much weirdo occultists.
No, I would say the Dantanes. The Dantanes are like the static fuckers that want to exterminate fairies and all whimsy and shit.
Dantane. I love that. I love it. Dantane.
Yeah, Dantanes are like...
They're all Jeffrey Epsteins. We all know that.
Well, they do want to torture children who have a mental disorder that makes them think that they're fairies or cartoon characters or something. And the technocracy works with those guys, by the way, but yeah, they don't do anything wrong.
Amazing best. Just so you know, Dantanes do exist though, and they're called Redditors.
I wouldn't even want to ascribe any splat or anything to Redditors. Like, they're just...
Redditors are just mere mortals, but they're the most annoying ones, so we just kill them.
They're just really dumb cattle people.
They must be dumb cattle people. Could they actually be, unrefined furniture, perhaps, though, for the lords of Transylvania?
And, like,
Yeah.
I also hate the Second Inquisition and Vampire and a bunch of
Yeah,
shit that they changed.
yeah.
I'm like, there's nothing in society on par with the Inquisition that is happening to justify there being a Second Inquisition.
Position though.
It's just
Yeah.
the
Is it being Second Inquisition? Is this more so there just to make it to where, making Vampire go to like a evil horror story, but like a reverse horror survival story or whatever? Even though, of course, we all know if it was, of course, a little bit more accurate, the Second Inquisition would pretty much just be stomped out, like immediately curb stomped, like a baby.
Yeah, like a Second Inquisition would be a very big deal. That would mean, like, to reflect that happening in society, in real life, there would have to be something proportionately like the Inquisition, but in the modern day, where we have, like, lynch mobs running around killing and torturing people.
And we know, like, pretty much vampires would also use that to their advantage too. Then, like any La Sombra, would probably just go and manipulate them. A Ventru, maybe some sort of Ventru or Rafnos or La Sombra, would probably just manipulate them to their own benefit. Do you see how much of a mess this would be? Of course.
Yeah, it would. It's idiotic. That's my problem with it. There's a lot of reasons that the concept just sucks.
Even then, of course, many people are forgetting the fact that vampires can also wield advanced weapons too. Then, anything that a human can wield, a vampire can also wield, and arguably even better. Vampires could probably be more accurate. They could pretty much just stab better. They could probably just go and be vastly better fighters than you would. A vampire would probably... Some fucking vampires would probably go and just operate like a stealth bomber and probably just burn some Second Inquisition base.
Yeah. Plus, like, people really underestimate. Actually, playing World of Darkness 13, I came back around to Vampire and the Camarilla, and I realized, like, how people undersell the Camarilla, like, a lot. Like, I would frequently hear, yeah, if the Technocracy felt like it, they could insta-kill the Camarilla instantly. I'm like, these guys can't even kill Elon Musk, and you think you can fight, like, even one Methuselah? And you're losing to Elon Musk?
They did actually kill the Antediluvian, one of the Gehenna books, actually, the Ravnos.
Yeah, they only killed him. They killed him because he was being dogpiled by the entire setting. He wasn't even fighting them. The Antediluvian wasn't even paying attention to the Technocracy. They were basically shooting at him while he was dealing with, like, the Kwai-Jin and Garu and shit.
Kwai-Jin? Yeah. Entire setting, of course, going after his ass because he was BTFOing them too much. Pure Aryan excellence right there. Yes, sir. This is Aryan excellence. But checks aside, yeah. I mean, a lot of them are kind of shit, and I think they did eventually got retconned. Alright. My goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm dying.
Hey, you can't... If you can't defeat Elon Musk, I'm just saying you can't defeat a Methuselah.
Well, we all know that the Elon Musk, of course, hasn't been destroyed yet because he should not be a Nefandus, actually. Sorry about it.
Well, yeah, the truth is that he's a technocrat stooge.
Yes.
He's a puppet. Like, And the Redditors fucking writing the books, they can't accept that. They can't accept the world's richest man is connected to the syndicate. His cybernetics and robots and robot cars are connected to Iteration X. His space programs are connected to the Void Engineers. They can't accept that, so he has to be a Nefandi, and because they do that, the technocracy is losing to one guy who's an incompetent retard that they all want to kill. But apparently he's so powerful that they all work for him.
Yes, I will go and serve this servant of darkness and evil who wants to destroy all of reality, because I'm a weak, sissified little cuck whose clitty is leaking. Oh my goodness.
Like, why is he in the Nefandis? Oh, it's because he's greedy and he does things for himself. Oh wow, then...
Amazing. What master does he serve then? Who does he explicitly serve? Now, I know that who the Nefandi would usually serve, the Dark Lords, are a little bit vague, of course. Some would serve the worm, the worm, that big-ass fuck evil dragon monster. Or maybe, of course, those Lovecraftian monsters from the Outer. What is it? Shit. I just forgot about it? Oh,
Demons, Elder Gods, and the Worm, pretty much. And then a bunch of other things, too. Oh, yeah, they also made Nefandi and Marauders suck, too. They just added a bunch of additional rules. Like, Nefandi... Originally, Nefandi could be, regretful, or they could be, they could have a tragic tale where they were kind of forced to become a Nefandi. There's, a variety of things that could happen.
Yeah, I'm thinking where, actually, maybe perhaps, though, in Mage the Ascension, you would probably just go and accidentally become a Nefandus, actually. Or maybe, of course, some demon would be all like, hey, you want to serve me, actually? Go right there. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. My avatar just got turned inside out. I'm now a servant of evil. Time to destroy the world, then. And more so, you just kind of have to get forced into it, though. But I think I would probably make it relatively pretty rare, though, just to make it too annoying. Since being a Nefandus, if you don't want to be an evil asshole, though, be like some evil murderous asshole, would be a, little bit of a slog where you really have little to no agency whatsoever. I would say that, yeah.
Sup, Wolf?
Hello, Wolf.
How's it going, Dags and
Mindflayer.
Mindflayer? How you doing, man? Glad to make it to the Cyberpunk stream. I am just relaxing after a long day of work. It was kind of tedious, but
Gag.
I went through it.
That's brutal. I was listening to the streams a bit. I either never felt like it or I was in pain the one night. But
yeah,
I heard how your last stream got interrupted because you got called in randomly.
Yeah, and I was just too tired to do a stream again, and I was too lazy. And I figured, there's the opportunity to come on again. But it's your stream, man.
Yeah,
I was annoyed. I was annoyed that time. But money is money, man. You have to chase it to survive.
Yeah, a lot of times I just don't feel like talking, and honestly, if I go on streams too much, then I just don't even want to do this. That it's just constantly talking on streams, and then you're all out whenever your own stream comes around.
Let's see, somebody says North, Vea 6, Oni, Brent, they all said, hey, hi, Wolf. How's it going, guys?
Let me mute myself real quick. I'm dying.
I mean, Brent could join the VC, could he?
I gave him the role, but I'm assuming he can't join for some other reason.
Busy in his life or something important came up. Gotcha. Well, I've been just serving the wage cage hell, and it's tedious, and I feel like dread afterwards. But marijuana gummies kind of helped me go through it, I guess. And it hasn't been that bad, really.
I can't really say too much about. I mean, at this point, all I really want are just a pack of Marlboros, and I'm pretty good right now.
Pack of Marlboros. I used to smoke those when I was a teenager.
What type of Marlboros? Marlboro Reds or Greens?
And there's no such. Marlboro Greens are menthol, aren't they?
Probably, I think so.
Yeah, they're menthol. Depends if you like menthol or not. I grew up with a lot of people smoking menthol around me because it was the urban thing to do, so I smoked menthol cigarettes. Now I vape, and I vaguely do that. So I've been trying to be
my
nicotine free.
Yeah, my aunt on my dad's side, she used to smoke a lot though until she just began smoking. Quit smoking, I think, began vaping instead. But her boyfriend, he began sort of it. Well, actually, he's still smoking. So yeah, sorry about it. My mind's a little bit broken. I'm a little bit busy playing this game, but yeah.
Oh, what's up, Chris Surface? Brent is in the hospital. I didn't realize that.
I guess it's for his broken leg or something.
Yeah.
Just been getting fucked up with his leg. Leg ended up getting infected, so had to have surgery again. The plates got taken out. Jesus, some of the bone got scraped out.
Yeah. That sucks.
It got infected, like... then that might be the hospital's fault, or... And this is why you don't ever want to fuck with surgery ever. You want to minimize your... Like, any surgery you ever need.
Oh yeah.
Because these kinds of complications happen in it all the fucking time.
I mean, they're also pretty expensive too. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're gonna get more expensive because you might have to go multiple times when they fuck something up.
Oh my. Are the doctors getting more incompetent over time or something?
Possibly. They've kind of always been shit. It might even get worse the further back in time. Here you go. But they're very corrupt, and a lot of them are stupid and just don't care. You really have to shop around for doctors and hospitals before you find one that doesn't suck.
Oh god. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. And I remembered, it's like I had like a toothpick stuck in my foot though, and I couldn't really get it out though. It was like a sort of numb pain, so I had to go to the hospital and just get it removed.
What the hell?
Probably also get it cleaned with some, X-ray, and I've had to pay like $40 though. This was a while ago, so yeah. Really, somebody was like, somebody left a toothpick probably in one of the floors actually. Just right next to it's like this threshold though, where it's like between the closet though, and between them, of course, is the bathroom, like the downstairs bedroom, and I just stubbed my foot. It's on one of them, so yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I get the wood floors in this room are really bad and splintering, so I get splinters in my feet all the time. My feet are actually kind of calloused. I think possibly from just living here. Because I can just get shit stuck in my feet and often just live with it until it falls out.
I used to have like a wire, of course. I have like some wire just embedded though, really very, very, very deep though. Like almost all of it was just put inside of my foot once, just between two. What is it? Yeah, between my toes though. Between two of my toes though, and I've had to go and like pull it out.
I have to pull shit out of my feet just way too much.
Oh, that sucks. Let's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Why do I wear the mask? It's because I've been wearing it for over 10 years, so I just keep wearing it. I went out 3 days in a row, then was home 2 days, and this popped up in 2 days after that. Went to the hospital, sent us home till a bed opened, and then went here. A few months ago, he got hit by a hit-and-run driver. That's why his leg got injured. Yeah, I remember why his leg's broken.
The hell? One of the dogs came over. I mean, I guess there's not really much I could talk about though outside of World of Darkness. I mean, I did pretty much just begin following you just because of the World of Darkness stuff.
Yeah, we all got our things we can or can't talk about. North is asking me how's the book going. I was working on both of them today. It's coming along. It's just the manifesto again. That's probably gonna be a while, just adding shit to it. And then the sci-fi book is very slow. It goes very slow. And it's hard to write because it's realistic bullshit. Like, I was filling out, in the manifesto, I was filling shit out. I was talking about, like, libertarians. It goes on for just, like, 2 pages by itself, and then I was talking about, I was having an argument with Redditors about Attack on Titan. So I wrote an entry about how Redditors think that, and retards in general think that quantity makes things more moral. So basically, there's 2 groups that are trying to genocide each other. The only way forward is for one side to kill the other. So the group that is smaller has to submit to the will of the larger group and agree to be killed. According to Soy Cox. Because this is about Attack on Titan. This is it's Eldians versus the world. If Eldians don't genocide the world, then Eldians will be genocided instead. And basically what that comes down to is that normies and soy cock retards are democratic genociders who think that if two people want one guy to die, that one guy has to die. He is obligated to die because the two guys are two guys and he is one guy. Therefore, they have the moral, high ground to kill him. So I was writing about that. Because I have a list of basically, like, a bunch of, I guess you could call them paradigms and delusions people have. Where I was, biology is all we need to know, or pain and pleasure is all we need to know. Everything's about hot and cold. The universe is a simulation.
Yeah. All right. What happened? Yeah, I could have. All right, be right back.
All right. Reality is a nightmare. I can't wake up from it. I just get anxiety randomly. I just get depressed randomly. And I just get exhausted of everything and I just want to die. I'm not even joking. That's why I'm trying to finish these books, because I genuinely think I'm just gonna wake up one day and just decide to die. Like, I'm just not gonna want to continue. I'm not gonna have the energy to do anything, let alone write a book. I'm just gonna completely give up at some point. Because earlier this week, I randomly got a toothache. It turns out some nerves in my mouth aren't dead yet. And I had to hold ice cold water in my mouth to make the excruciating pain stop. And I had to do that all fucking night. Like, I had to hold cold water in my mouth. And eventually I got so tired that I passed out. Even though I was in overwhelming pain, I passed out before it really set in. So I was just sleeping with, like, water coming out of my mouth. Before that, I was dozing off and just water would spill out, and that whole time, all night, I was just thinking, like, this is it. If this doesn't stop, I can't take, like, this is more than I can take. I will not tolerate this life if I am also in pain all the time. I will not see a point and choose to die. Like, everything, if I can't even have comfort at all, like, I'm just gonna die. Can you afford the dentist? What do you think? It would cost literally thousands of dollars. Unless I have them pull all of my teeth out. That's all they will offer to do for free. For free, with Medicaid, they will pull all of my teeth out and give me dentures. That will probably not fit my mouth. And will probably be painful to use. Because that's the experience that other people have been having. And I still won't really be able to talk. And eventually I won't be able to talk anyway because my front teeth are going to crumble away. So that's why I'm trying to finish some books and then record audiobooks. Because eventually I'm gonna sound like an old man. Not gonna be able to make F sounds. F, V.
Dag, why are your front teeth rotting away? What's happening with your teeth?
Um, well, I take better care of my teeth now, but over my 20s, I did not take care of them because I just never really thought or cared about it. So
So,
now they're in the point of no return.
did you brush your teeth back then, or did you just like neglect that, or like what was going on?
Very, very rarely. And I would eat a lot of like garbage.
Oh, okay.
I came from a
See, I gotta.
household where nobody told me to brush my teeth or how to do it right. So I just
Wow,
went through
I have
life like you. If nobody tells you to do that shit, you're just not gonna think about it. You're just not gonna care.
I was taught young, man. Like I have like a full set of pearly whites.
Yeah, if people told me about that, I probably would too. I didn't think about it. Nobody, like, nobody just told me shit about it. It's just something you don't think about unless, unless people tell you about it. I do take care of them now, and I cut soda a while ago. I drink water, and I avoid junk food a lot more, especially since that shit costs money. Try to save.
Did you ever get? Did you
Uh,
ever get your wisdom teeth taken out?
No.
No, I haven't either. Did they grew in for you? Did they?
I guess that was never a problem for me.
Yeah, I never had any kind of pain over there. Like a couple of them have come in. Like I don't know. I hope the other ones do.
They told me to take them out, and I never really did it. Because I
Is
really
it
think
okay
it's
though?
huge business.
Are you chill right now? Are your teeth chill?
Yeah, I don't have any problems. I really think a lot of these wisdom teeth removing types, it's a business for them because it's, of course, they can make a lot of money taking it out because not for everybody it will become an issue. Just like in your case, right? So it doesn't become an issue, so why should you take it out? But they will insist that it's necessary, but like even my parents, they had them for decades and it never really became an issue.
Dentists are probably the most, likely to do that shit. In this area, they would deliberately fuck your teeth up and they'd hold back on anesthetic. They do all kinds of shady shit to save money or have you come back for more visits. Like this is just why healthcare shouldn't be, private because they start doing shit like this. You don't want capitalists fucking with your mouth.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like the same with basically with any specialist, right? Like skin, whatever the hell. Like they just find a way to make you pay.
Whenever I drive my dad around, There's this billboard of this dentist. He's dead now, but his billboard's still there, and my dad always gives the middle finger to it when we drive by, because that guy, I guess, fucked up some root canals or tooth pulls or something. He fucked up something in my dad's mouth where it basically made him come back for more visits and spend more money. He did that shit on purpose, and he does that to other people.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, I mean, they can seriously, like, fucking drill to the point they hit a nerve, and it can really fuck you up. So they always pretend like it's just a small thing, you know. We're just gonna put a few teeth gonna drill a little bit there, but it ends up really fucking up your entire skull.
Yeah, I've heard them doing like shit like that to kids too. What Eggs was talking about, where they'll kind of like fuck up their teeth on purpose sometimes.
Yeah, it's like they fucking cut my teeth with no numbing at all. Like that's why I stopped going to the dentist 10 years ago, is because I never want to experience that again. Having my teeth cut apart with zero numbing at all. Like that was hellish.
But it creates a market, so what's the problem here?
Yeah, they save money. They save money by not using any numbing on you. Like they will do that. I guess they looked at me and they knew I wouldn't do shit about it. So whenever I tell other professionals about it, they're like, that was literally malpractice. Like they're supposed to use numbing. That's not normal. But numbing's expensive, and you know the market is God, and people working in their own self-interest is good for society.
Yeah, you're the invisible hand hitting your tooth, your root canal.
Hitting your teeth with brass knuckles so that you come back for more appointments. That's what Hegel proves this, and Jesus also said that this should happen.
Have you guys ever known a black person that can swim?
I've actually never seen it in real life, I think.
I don't even know does it exist? Are there any like swimming like black champions? Like I don't think so.
I'm sure black people can swim. They're just never beating a white person. I'm just saying.
They're like GTA 3 main characters. They just jump in the water and it's done. Game over.
Yeah, mine was saying that she can't swim. So
It's like I don't know why they can't. It's like you could figure it out pretty easily.
yeah, she wants to get like an instructor or something to teach her because like it's
Just like you could just like hold her up in the pool and be like just doggy paddle, just like kick your legs and you'll figure out how to like move yourself up in the water. Like it's real simple.
Yeah, I was asking her, do you think it's because there's like a lot of alligators and stuff over there, like in the water? And she was like, I think she kind of agreed with me. I can't really remember. It's like she was.
All the Africans that went into the water got killed by hippos. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. like we were talking about last stream, fucking rivers in Africa are fucking terrifying. So maybe there was natural selection there. You jump into a river and you get killed in one hit by a hippo.
Yeah, and I mean, the only really navigable river is the Nile, so all the other ones are just really, yeah, just betting your life, really.
I mean, it now has crocodiles, so
That too, yeah.
It has crocodiles, but it's like let's the Congo River, for example. I already talked about this last time, but it's like it's one of the most nightmarish places on the planet. For so many reasons. Like the Nile River, you can take a boat through that. It's pretty much made for boats to go on that. You can get a ferry and go from one end to the other fairly easily, except for when you run into those dams or bridges.
Yeah.
And then the Congo River, you can't even. You have to change boats so many times. You eventually have to switch to like a really flat, small boat to get through the shallows. Because then you'll be stuck in the middle of nowhere, and then you get killed by mandrills and hippos and shit.
Yeah, did you guys know that like Velcro shoes are common for adults to wear in Africa?
Oh, they're practical, I guess.
Yeah, because like this one was complaining, you know, about tying like the shoes. It's like it was more common for her to just like strap on the Velcro or something.
Maybe they never watched SpongeBob teach them how to tie their shoes. That's how I learned how to tie my shoes. Nobody,
Like I think she could. It's just it wasn't like as common.
Nobody ever told me to brush my teeth. Nobody ever taught me how to tie my shoes. Like my mom bought me tennis shoes and she didn't even teach me how to tie them. I had to learn from SpongeBob. Because there's a whole episode literally about tying shoes.
Your mom had some issues, though, right, Dags? If I remember correctly.
She was an alcoholic and had no idea what she was doing.
My mom was also an alcoholic who neglected her kids and psychologically and physically abused us.
Do you guys think marijuana can affect sexual performance?
First time I lost my V card, I was high.
I doubt
So maybe.
it. Like weed could either inhibit or help it, I think.
What if you got, you know how you get more horny like when you take weed sometimes, or like
Yeah, I experienced that quite a bit.
Yeah, so like what if like you become like kind of addicted to weed, and then like if you get off it and you notice like you're less horny now compared to like your brain like adjusts to like a new level because you're horny all the time on weed or something. Then like when you get off, like you're not getting the same kind of dopamine from the sexual stuff as when you were on the weed, or like, you know what I mean?
You'll be dependent on it to get a boner.
Yeah, to some extent maybe, because that's what this person was complaining about with like one of their boyfriends or whatever. Like he was like addicted to the hash or whatever, and then like he couldn't get it up anymore after he got off it or whatever. Like they needed to have the weed for sex.
I mean, that's totally possible. I wouldn't say that it's likely, but that's definitely something that could happen. It's like people thinking that, you know, well, the brain probably made some like neurological connections so that they can't get a boner, like actually, but it's also a bit of a mindset where they think that they need to do weed to enjoy things too.
Yeah. I think it's like a real phenomenon though. Like I think that's like a real thing that happens probably.
Yeah, that absolutely happens. It's just not likely. See here. Winkles is asking me if I have a thing for black women like Wolf. Not in particular. I mean, they're attractive. They're just not, you know, the most attractive to me.
They're more curvaceous by nature.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but a curvaceous white woman blows them the fuck out. Generally. It's also not just about the curves, it's about the attitude, which yeah, their attitude is like attractive sometimes. If like it's good for variety, change things up. You know, they act a little more brash and hood.
When
I don't know, like
when a black woman
Oh.
is nice to you, it feels like you're the luckiest white man on earth.
Yeah, white women aren't really that nice, at least nowadays.
Yeah,
mine is like
White women are
I don't- I think-
bitches now.
this one is very different from like a ratchet. Like she wants me to like open the doors for her. Like she's complaining I didn't open the doors and stuff.
Yeah, I would get on that. That's how I was raised, to always open the door for your lady friend.
yeah, that could
You see,
be
well, I
something
guess
easy to
that's, like,
overlook.
It's not as common here these days, but I guess maybe like in Africa still that's like a gentlemanly thing or something. I don't know.
Oh, Thomas White's here.
Charles White. What's up, buckos?
Well, I bet in Canada now, with all the new Canadians running around, they probably go open the door, whore. Like the woman opens the door for them.
Oh, open the door.
White boy,
Oh.
white man,
Oh.
why would you not open the door for me?
I am too weak and pathetic to open the door for myself. My race has done nothing except get conquered by vastly superior people over the past 2,000 fucking years.
Yeah. Immigration is getting lowered here, though, so.
Immigration's getting lower in Canada.
I believe it is, yes.
A little bit.
I guess I
mean,
could really say that.
The damage has been done, even if they pull it back now. They imported millions. It's already over.
Look, I'm just driving around and like on the license plates, just at random that are driving in front of us, it's like Chokahard, Condor, like it's shit that I would never understand. And then there's like Hindi like scribbles on their vehicle.
I have literally no idea why, though, communists would go and ever defend immigration, though, especially mass immigration.
That's something I was thinking about for the last few months. Like, you know, logically
Yes.
you wouldn't support immigration because that undermines worker leverage, but it's kind of like it's kind of like they're just forced to make these alliances against the conservative status quo, where they have to ally with, gays and immigrants and stuff. And a lot of them ideologically believe that the third world needs to invade the first world, that the first world is too complacent. The third world basically implemented communism in a lot of places because they didn't have it was really bad, and they didn't have a system in place that was on top of stopping socialist sentiments. But then they conflate that with like the third worlders being better, or some of them are, racial and want to mix whites out of existence to stop fascism and capitalism.
Yeah.
And it's also the whole universal solidarity thing, and yeah, just the idea that
skins. The third world needs to invade the first world, but the only reason why you have huge swaths of shitskins, coming into these countries is just because of capitalists.
Yeah, it's sort of silly, right? Like, they're the ones doing it, and then they feel like, well, yeah, now we have to deal with it, and the way we deal with it is protect it, which is...
Yeah.
No, it's used as a weapon, you idiots. It's used as a weapon against you.
Well, capitalism requires growth, and most Western countries don't really have, like, a good enough birth rate or not enough, like, younger people to, like, support the current system.
Why they bring in these immigrants.
Yeah.
So, capitalism, is centered around infinite growth and also infinite demands. And so, of course, when these ever-expanding demands are not really met, of course, by the ever-dwindling and shrinking native populations of these countries, they're going to go, of course, and bring in, all of these shitskins, no matter how low IQ, retarded, and unproductive they are, into their countries as a way to make up for it.
Well,
yeah, here in the West, we kind of have the worst of both worlds, because it's not just that there's not enough young people being born to sustain the old. It's that like the old are like living way longer than they do in these third world countries. So like they don't really have like 80-year-olds or even that many 70-year-olds like in like Mozambique or some shit like that. Like, there's a lot of, like, young people. There's not a lot of old. Here, there's not enough young people, and there's a lot of old. Because they're living really long.
Birth rates in third world countries are also starting to flatten out. And the reason that people are not having births as much is because, you say that capitalism wants infinite growth. It's specifically like a bunch of capitalists want infinite growth at the expense of everybody else, and they don't care how the growth happens.
Well, that's literally it.
So basically, they just continuously set up these systems of exploitation that make life worse for people and make it more unfeasible to have children. Like, for example, they break up family units and communities to exploit everybody so that everybody is atomized, more vulnerable, unable to, like, they have less options, thus less leverage, more desperate, more eager to accept exploitation. Everybody's working, everybody has to work more, wages stagnate.
I mean, China is a perfect example. Like, they're still a third world country technically, and their births are plummeting. And they're not going to import anybody.
Yeah, they had a one-child policy for a while, and they ended up killing a lot of their firstborn who were female. And so now there's a lot of excess men in China that are not getting laid at all in their lives. And that's going to have an effect over the time, with families and everything, especially once a lot of Asian women try to, and men try to emigrate out of China. Also, isn't there a lot of mixing, especially when they're also trying to have business interests in Africa? They're bringing over African wives in China.
Holy shit.
It's a negligible number, but yeah, it does happen. But the interesting thing about the one-child policy is that many think it was population control, but a big factor in the one-child policy, and you can easily research this, is that it was enacted to facilitate social mobility. Because if a family only has one child, it doesn't need to divide resources so much, and it can really focus on one child and its education, and therefore increase social mobility. So that's the reason, that's one of the main reasons they did it. It's usually framed as, oh, they wanted to control a too large a population. No, initially it was during the 70s, 80s when China was opening up and its market economy started to take hold, that they felt like, okay, this will be the best way to get social mobility going. Like if we don't have large families. And it kind of worked in a way, but yeah, then it led to all these other stupid side effects.
The problem in China, it went from a majority farming society to an industrialized one in like a second. So you always like large families of people move into cities, and they start, and plus the one-child policy, now they're in the situation they are now. So.
And this is Dutch. This is the guy. This is the English teacher I was talking about. This is of the two people that have any actual experience with China. This is Dutch. The other guy is Dismal. Dismal is very positive about China, and then I bring up Dutch, who is very skeptical of China.
I want the collective Dismal to get on stream now.
I would only
Is he online?
If they bring back Confucianism.
They do still have Confucianism,
I might as well
don't
get it
they?
over with. I might as well talk to the guy.
It's slowly coming back. It's Confucianism.
Slowly, yes. But again, during the Cultural Revolution, they kind of just try to go and completely erase them, though. Even gone, I think, in one of his descendants' graves, they did actually try to defile it. So yes. Largely because of the fact that Confucius is a very, very, very conservative philosopher. He is dozens of times more right-wing than anyone in the West would ever be in a million years.
Yeah, I mean,
China,
I have no reason being right-wing now, so probably won't read him.
China is very reactionary and conservative, despite the leftists worshipping it.
Well, once again, then many leftists, white leftists, are sort of just a bunch of internalized racists. That's all.
Yeah.
They basically are. Like I do. Like I was just saying in the Spirit channel here, is that like Marxist or communist analysis is something you'll inevitably do. You know, when you're trying to figure out what's wrong with society, a lot of it is capitalism. But then most leftists of any kind are insane retards.
It's like those social experiments with leftists where they will ask him in the streets, do you think it's necessary for identification when you go vote? And then they're like, oh no, we cannot do that because black people, they're too dumb to figure out how to get an ID card. And then they ask black people, so what do you think about ideas and voting? And all these black people have it figured out how to do it. But it's like leftists who have a really, like, they hold them to such a low standard. And they think it's like to help them, but it's not.
Yeah, we know, they're just incredibly racist. That's it.
Yeah, they think, oh, these poor people, they're so fucking dumb. We should help them, man.
Yeah, it's that sort of white savior complex, getting the better of them. So they just come off like a bunch of racist dumbasses.
It really is. And I do think that it's just a bunch of material and historical, constrictions that force them to become what they are now, where they're no longer the manly vanguard that shoots factory owners alongside, workers. They're now a bunch of gay university students that worship the third world.
Yeah, it's just pretty much a bunch of just Lupin proles. They're not even actual Marxists a lot of the time. They're just Lupin proles. That's it. Who just go and appropriate and butcher Marxist teachings, of course, where some sort of, shitty... Largely, of course, just literally for some shitty idea, of course, that has nothing to do with class solidarity whatsoever. Of course, we don't really have much of an interest in bringing in a revolution in the slightest.
Like, Marx is right about so many things, and
He is.
it's just Marx and Hegel by extension, the things that people misconstrue, misunderstand, and the insane leaps people make with these philosophies or economic systems is it's complete insanity. Like we make jokes here about this one guy that says that Hegel proves Anglicanism specifically.
Sounds like schizophrenic rubbish. Yeah, I wouldn't be all that surprised that someone would say that on the internet.
That's and if you go into Hegelian circles, that's what it's like. If you go into leftist circles, that's what it's like. And what's sad is that, like, Marxism and Hegelianism, these things actually have a philosophical basis. Because whenever you talk to a libertarian or something, they're complete morons. They don't have a foundation, a center to their belief system. They don't know why things are happening. They don't connect anything together. They don't even know what good is. They can't tell you, like, what morality itself, the abstract concept, is.
I mean, I could describe morality because I know what is good or evil, though. I mean, sort of it's Christians, I don't really think they actually are able to go and understand good or evil that much, though, because it's been so skewed, of course, by sort of this schizophrenic desert cult bullshit for so long it's unreal. But sort of it, I think they could still somewhat grasp, basic good and evil, though. And I could grasp, of course, what is good or what is evil because I use logic, though. I use logic, of course, to go and ultimately guide my decisions. Oh, shit.
The thing I find always with, like, these philosophical systems that have these schizoid offsprings, it kind of makes sense because they encounter this very overarching and impressive paradigm, and then they think, like, wow, this can basically prove all my instincts that I have about the world as well. Like, how I think my dad is awesome. And it proves my dad is awesome too, probably. Which is like, no, dude, like, the system doesn't prove your instincts, It's not because it's awesome that it proves your instincts. And it usually goes that way, I feel. Like, instead of letting the system do the talking, they'll inevitably, as they explore that system, will insert themselves into it. It's like they cannot just put themselves to the side and let truth just be truth. No, it has to have them involved in some shape or form. And then you get shit like Bigfoot is real, and because it shows in the phenomenology of spirit or some shit like that.
Phenomenology, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I love talking about that. Like the big Hegel Discord server where I did learn some shit. I learned about, like, what morality is, what is good. I learned, like, how, I learned, like, why people commit suicide. Like, why does that phenomenon even happen? Like, from a philosophical standpoint. And the leader, his name is AW. He has a YouTube channel. He's the leader there. He's a bit of a big cheese. He personally tried to convince me that Bigfoot and UFOs are real.
Is that why for over like 100 or more years, of course, nobody has ever been able to go, of course, and actually prove him in any sort of reliable sources? Yeah, that's funny.
It's because these motherfuckers will spend literally. This guy spent like 15 years studying Hegel, and this is where it led him.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not
just a
even
little bit
joking.
He's very. I just take it like this, though. There's pretty much some actually, influencers that I do like a lot, though, pretty much because of their insights. But I tend to go, of course, and completely ignore, of course, all the deranged schizophrenic bullshit. Like, for example, of course, there's used to be this Twitter account, Fallen Brutalism, that I do actually like a lot, but he mostly, of course, is because of his sort of just a thread on Martin Heidegger, but he is so fucking insane, though. He's a little bit of a lunatic and also quite autistic, too. I'll say it at that. About it, though, because he's also a gigantic racist. Yes.
But it's always like that when they explore these systems, which are basically they've existed outside of them for centuries, in Hegel's case or something like that. And it's very interesting to study them, but it's like their ego wants to have a spot in all of this, and they will not admit this. They will never admit this, that they want themselves inserted into the system, but that's exactly what they will do. They will be like, I have these intuitions, Bigfoot is real. I think my dad is awesome. I feel that people
So what
should
if you think your dad is a
give me
piece of
free
shit?
shit,
then?
and then they will insert themselves into the system and be like, see, it's all true.
But I'm asking, what if you think your dad is a piece of shit? Could you also
They
go
will find a way
improve-
to. Yeah, then it will become some sort of system where, oh, this system just proves fathers are assholes and
Yeah.
we need to kill them. They will find a system.
See, like, I don't understand these people, like, because I was fascinated by Hegel, and it did help me a bit. Like, I developed an abstract system. It's amazing to me that with an abstract, actually metaphysical system, this system can apply to other universes with different laws of physics. This can apply to aliens and vampires and dragons and shit. And, like, it's still... Like, that's what's interesting about it. And these motherfuckers want to waste time saying, you have to be a Christian, you have to be a human, you have to have 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs if you want to be rational. Like, I can't understand. Like, you just... These... Like, what do they even get out of it? Like, that's why I stopped reading philosophy. It's because it's doing nothing for these people. It's just reinforcing their own delusions.
Well, it's just they're just twisting it to be a sort of weird self-gratification, and that's literally what it is most of the time, though. So the best way to really just counter it is just by calling them retarded, though, and just pointing out why they get it completely wrong.
I mean, many people are not really capable of abstract thought fully. Like, they can entertain it, but they will still be involved in the thinking process. They cannot think in the way philosophy wants you to think, which is purely abstractly considering, reflecting on ideas. And they don't just do that. It's always like there's always like a leftover of them in it, and it's very hard for them to let that go. Like, I noticed that with the people that I teach, like, it's very hard for them to just get out of that, really, to get out of their own mind, really. So if you give them a paradigm like, I don't know, like the Hegelian paradigm, well, that can result in an actual fucking retard, because they will constantly will think themselves in it instead of just letting it, like you say, have it apply to all of existence, different universes. It's just like, no, this has to relate all back to me. It just shows a very, like, poor developed mind, really, in the end.
Yeah, it is. It's just like when you give it to the average person, even if they actually do read philosophy, they're basically just learning a bunch of words or developing the skill that just helps them reinforce their delusions, and they will try to force you to abide by these new laws they just learned, and they will commit fallacies in the area you don't care to go into. Like, you're not going to spend fucking the next 10 years learning Hegel so you can talk to some retard and disprove that you need to eat a cracker in the Eucharist before you can be rational. I don't need to read Hegel to know that rationality can come without having to do that.
Rationality just comes, of course, with sentience, obviously. And more specifically, of course, this comes, of course, from any creature that could just, well, think with basic logic, though. Like, even if a cat, of course, is able to go, of course, and think to the level we can, it can also be rational too, then.
It's like a continuum. Like, imagine it's like a spiral where it looks like the same thing's happening, but actually it's slowly progressing.
Yes.
Like, yeah, animals can be rational. Like,
Yes.
clearly, like,
Yes.
that's what's fascinating about the abstract spirit that Hegel talks about. Is that you're looking at an animal and you're seeing the spirit. You're seeing the same spirit everywhere. It's all the same being.
Yes. So honestly, I would probably just recommend you to probably read, what is it, Time and Being by Martin Heidegger. But yeah.
Yeah, and then you will
Heidegger,
have...
I haven't heard him in a while.
It's a very good philosopher, though. I think one of my favorite ones of all time, right next to Confucius.
And then you will have like Hegelians lose their shit for you mentioning Heidegger. They will be like, "Oh no, this guy doesn't understand." Like it's always so funny when people get invested in one thinker and then lose their shit when another thinker gets mentioned. It's like, my mind is made up. Don't confuse it with anything else.
And they're all insane and don't understand their own thinker anyway.
I mean, I like George Bataille a lot, though. And he is a bit of a favorite of mine too, then. And I do feel that his entire thesis, though, around the accursed share, is actually quite insightful.
It is, yes.
Well, everything else is batshit insane, but it's just dumb shit posting, most likely.
I have almost like no issues with any philosopher. It's like I don't understand people who get angry at the thought of an author. Like, I don't get it.
Have
It's
you
because
read?
you have no bias whatsoever. That's it. You just completely like a bias.
Mindflayer. Have you read Jean-Paul Sartre? Sartre?
Sartre?
Sartre. Is that how to pronounce his name?
Yeah,
Sartre.
it's
Sartre.
Sartre. Yeah, Jean-Paul Sartre.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's I think he's an existentialist. No, I have never really read anything by him, but I know he was probably just a Maoist.
You know, he followed a lot of the when he was in a camp in World War II. He followed a lot of read a lot of Heidegger's philosophy. Just wondering if there's a connection or an influence there.
Yes, both of them kind of belongs to a field of philosophy that could be described as phenomenology. Since both of them are largely centered around the experience, phenomenology is kind of just a sort of philosophy that is centered around the formation of experience itself, of course, and how it would shape someone's worldviews, or sort of how they would, define what is that and what is this. Of course, and this is a largely reduced form of it. Largely, of course, a bit of a reduced form of it.
Are you guys philosophy majors? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm not a philosophy major, though. I just read philosophy a lot. That's it.
Yeah.
But honestly, though, if I could, I probably would be sort of very much potentially a philosophy major, though.
Yeah.
I've barely read shit. I have barely read any book. I have read excerpts, and I have talked to people that have read these books.
Yes.
I read a bit of the Science of Logic.
Well, I do actually listen. You could go for some audiobooks though, like I do though. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a philosophy major either, just history. That's what I studied. And that's always what makes me very, I don't know, it always makes me lose my patience with people when they cannot ground thinking in history, which is basically what Hegel also argues for. But that's the point. A lot of them miss because they don't want to study history properly. Because they want to have a story in history where their side wins. And that's not how you should read history. This is not a football game. But that's how they want to read it. It's like, oh yeah, my team was winning all of this and should win
It's
all of
also
this.
kind of the same stuff too. Then, like, you shouldn't go and treat politics or history like that either, though, because of the fact that, well, obviously, of course, a bias would inevitably occur, though.
Yeah, they do treat history the same way. When you talk to midwits, they inevitably have some sort of bias about how their team was winning back then.
Well, that's how they were programmed by the schools. The schools set the narrative what they were going to study in history. If they told the kids, hey, we were a corrupt country from the get-go that genocided and enslaved people and sold people's land and corrupted the area, and also there's a class system where the elite just, set a whole bunch of immigrant people from all over the world just to be their fucking slave caste, and then the government abuses the shit out of its citizens. People, kids are going to question their loyalty to the United States. But when you say, oh, America's this land of opportunity and every immigrant is fighting to the death to come here, that, he'll get brainwashed on that bullshit. Join the army or die for a fucking Israel. I mean, that's essentially the boomer philosophy. Sorry for interrupting.
It's alright. America's about done for Israel.
Or just like even bigger, like the Western world or something. It does not even need to be just the US. Just this idea that the Western world is a value and blah blah blah. And it's also picking a team because it tells you a story that all of this had to lead to us, and that's not how I read history really. Like, it hasn't, after studying it so much over the years, I really cannot feel this is about team play or something like that. It's really not. It's
Thank you very much, though. You're a sort of this, actual modern philosopher, or at least something close to that.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Bhutan, but I tend to find historians tend to be more concrete thinkers rather than abstract thinkers. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think the thing is with historians is that they, for the last few centuries, what they wanted to do was make their science, let's just say an actual exact science, almost like you would, like biology or physics. The problem is, though, you're not really dealing with the stuff of physicists or biologists. You're basically dealing with how events are told, which is really what history is all about. Like, how are all these random events over the course of centuries, how are they framed? And basically what history is a set of stories we tell ourselves about ourselves, and you can deconstruct that if you want, which is what postmodern historians did.
But I must disagree, though. History, though, I think is a science, though, and that's sort of it. You have to go and sort of it is understand and interpret what sources these are, because history, though, is largely performed, of course, professionally via historiography, though, which is pretty much just checking these sources, or pretty much just checking off of archaeology. And certainly what makes history quite unique from the others, though, is how it would often overlap with many other fields of science, such as genetics. Sort of such as, genetics, though, or sort of just psychology, etc., 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 though.
That's all true. But what I was just going to add to that is that history is different in this regard, because what it requires is an emotional component as well, which many people forget. Like, if you're a historian, you need to empathize with the characters or try to understand the characters of the story. And you cannot just do that by taking a distance in the same way you would do in a lab. You have to basically experience the story even if you haven't really been there. And that's like a quality that you only develop if you study, for example, literature or something like that, where you will empathize with the main character, or you will at least try and see it from the main character's point of view, or any other character for that matter. And that is what historians have to do as well. Like, they have to indeed take their cues from all these other sciences and from archaeological evidence, like you say, genetics as well. And on top of that, historians also have to put themselves into the story of all these events, and that requires also a kind of literary quality. So in that sense, historians, they have to get a lot of different things into the mix, more than any other field would be used to doing, really. So that's what I find interesting about it, and that's what a lot of like super abstract type of thinkers in philosophy, they usually forget to add in the story, because thinking is grounded in history, and then you need that approach, really, which is more than just, oh, I'm just going to treat these ideas as if they've always existed outside of time and space, which might be true in some sense, but it also has a sub-layer of historical development into it, and that requires you to have this approach, which is a lot more than just, oh, I'm just going to recall the facts as they've been. You have to have that literary quality as well, and almost like a poetic quality, which is basically what the first historians were, right? Like Thucydides and Herodotus, they had that quality as well. Like, they could empathize with their characters, they could feel themselves into the story, even if they hadn't been there, which is a core quality of being a good historian, really.
Yeah. I also think it's important that at least historians understand the movements they study. Like, for example, the communists, right? They might say, oh, the communists came to power this year, blah, blah, blah. But they should understand how, like, Hegel or Marx's, like, writings actually influence the actual, like, meaning of a political movement, for example, right? So,
yeah, you have to be a good
sense.
storyteller, really, to be a good historian. That's a core quality of it,
Yeah.
really.
It is fascinating. I've always been more into. I've actually read more history. I've been reading history my entire life. I was always fascinated by it. Just world
Back in
history
middle
in
school, I
general.
used to be absolutely obsessed with ancient Greece. So yeah.
It's just it's very important for just showing you how things really what doesn't change about people over time, because where abstract thinking actually does come in handy with history is knowing like how these abstract spirits are dealing with the world, like what's the same regardless of where in space and time that they are. It's something that you actually, yeah, because that's why, like you said, Hegel talks about history. Like, you do need history to understand the spirit, to understand abstract thinking.
Yeah, because what's interesting, like, this is the thing that I find many people miss by not including this chapter of philosophy into their understanding of thinking, is that when you look at Chinese history, as in comparison to Western history, you will find that in the beginning of, let's just say, Chinese history, which is not really a beginning, it's like they already were busy for 1,000 years or more. But around the Warring States era, you had like this time where there were a lot of philosophical schools, and not just Confucianism. You had like Taoism, legalism, Mohism, all these types of like the movements within China, thought movements. And it's interesting because a lot of the ideas they developed, you will see them developed either contemporaneously in Greece or many centuries later in Europe. So there's something about thinking that will allow you to reach conclusions in some shape or form that will be universal almost. Like, for example, when you read like Mozi, which is like one of those philosophers who, I think he came like around the time of Confucius or maybe a little bit before, but he was thinking about, oh, what we need is a universal morality, and what we need is a universal religion almost, and we need meritocracy. Like, and so basically these ideas that he developed, well, they would develop later on, like in the Renaissance, Enlightenment, and he already was thinking those kinds of types of thought in antiquity.
Well, obviously, the Easterners have always been vastly better than West. Been a Western for a very long time, though. In fact, the only reason why the Westerners have gone, of course, and eventually overtaken the East, though, is largely because the West had sort of just gone, of course, and adapted to these concepts and created by the East a lot better later on. That's it.
I suspect geography comes into play a lot because Europe was much more defended against the fucking Central Asian hordes that kept wiping everybody out.
We were safe. We were an arm's length away from them, luckily.
Hey, Bhutan, of course. You have an interesting accent. I think. Are you Swedish by any chance?
No. I'm from the Dutch-speaking regions.
Okay,
that's why I'm called that way. Very simple.
Alright, that's good. Oh my goodness, man. Well, it's good, of course, but I have no Swedish ancestry, and all of it came from Iceland. Not really, but specifically Iceland.
It's just interesting to see how in Chinese philosophy you have these. How would you call? Like you would call them basically like equivalents to ideas you would see anywhere else in the world. I find that really interesting because it kind of shows that there is some truth to the idea that speculative reason, if you allow it to do its thing, it will reach similar conclusions no matter where or when you are in history. If you allow it to happen, it will happen, but it doesn't always happen at the same pace or at the same level of elaboration. But it will happen, and that's why history is interesting to see. Like, why did it happen here, and why didn't it happen there? But eventually, if you give it enough time, enough space, and a certain context that will allow for it, you will have these same seeds lead to those kinds of fruits, which is interesting, I find. But yeah, I mean, that's why I think Chinese philosophy is still interesting, even though the Chinese now, they're not really like known to be that philosophically, let's just say, as erudite as they used to be before, or they don't have as much diversity.
Philosophically erudite, though, because of sort of how it's structured nowadays, though. Which, then again, of course, China, which is now communist, though, became a lot more communist, which is largely, of course, a Western political philosophy. So yes,
it is, yes. Yeah, like even all these like Tsinghua University types, if you read their bio, like all these professors in China, it's really funny to read, like all these professors in China who are influential now, if you read their track record, they all went to study at Western universities. And that's been the case since the Republic of China days, really. Like all these Chinese people, word of note, they all got their education at Western universities. So, yeah.
China boos, Sinophiles, what's our response to this?
Yeah. I don't know, yeah.
I guess then, unlike China, Japan, of course, didn't really gone and got philosophically taken over by the West. Most of the time, instead, though, they sort of were more inspired by Confucianism. But yes, either Buddhism or largely, of course, Confucianism. In fact, a lot of their political structure, especially during, the Kanpaku, is sort of just heavily inspired by Confucianism, though. See, Evan?
Yeah, the thing is, what I find interesting about Japan is that, like, this is how I see it. How I've always experienced it when I read the history of that region is that Japan was always open, or at least more open, in the beginning to foreign ideas than China was initially, because Japan already took its cues from China for thousands of years. Like every intellectual development, from Confucianism to Buddhism to even architecture, clothing styles, food.
Much of it
They-
is taken from Korea though, and
Exactly. Yeah.
taken from Korea,
True Korea from
China,
China, right?
India.
Yeah. So it's like they were kind of like more ready to accept ideas from outside their realm, and that's why they kind of industrialized the first, I think.
In
And
fact, the
China-
isolationism of the Edo period was in response both to Western colonization, not
Mhm.
because of their inherent xenophobia. Japanese are actually incredibly non-xenophobic, though. They could be straight up instead described as xenophiles, though, despite being, very culturally homogenous. Even
I
sort of
mean,
the Koreans, which are incredibly similar to genetically, sort of are still quite different. As sort of the ancestors to the modern Yamato Japanese, though, who are the Yayoi culture, though, emerged there long before the modern Koreans, as we know today, migrated there. The Yayoi, of course, migrated during the 4th century BC. But yes,
it's also interesting to see, like, even Japanese nowadays, they will have all these Christian, even Jewish, whatever, symbolic depictions in movies and anime. It's because they think it's cool. They think it's cool. It's not so they're not really like, oh, we don't want anything to do with this. They think it's cool. They
I
explore
do
it.
believe, if might have got it wrong, the reason why the creator of Evangelion, of course, picked so much Christian symbolism within his work is pretty much just because of the fact it would be vastly less controversial than, well, picking anything else, though. Specifically the more Eastern ones, though. So pretty much a lot of it is probably adopted because it would probably seem a lot, less controversial. That's it.
So yeah, I think like China nowadays, they are more open to learn from the world, but it's funny, they kind of deny that to themselves. Like if you read like contemporary
Yes.
Chinese thinkers and you read their books, they will kind of say, oh, this is like the new China way of thinking, and then you're like, but dude, that's just ideas you picked up in Oxford or those are ideas you picked up at NYU. These are not your own ideas. These are not like Chinese homegrown ideas. Like you're all getting them from Western universities, and
Oh, well,
of course,
collectivism, oppressive governments, though. Yeah, those are the Western ones, though, unless you're talking about legalism. But we know for a certain you've never read any legalist literature before.
well, I have read Han Fate.
I'm not, of course, referring to you. I'm just referring, of course, to the
Rhetorically.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just that recently I just feel that the Chinese are kind of like discovering their past again. Like they're kind of slowly going back to their original thinkers.
Well,
but,
you're pretty much describing a phenomenon known as a renaissance. They're slowly having a renaissance or
Slowly,
renaissance. Yes.
It's interesting to see what's happening over there because they're very interested in the outside world too. Like people underestimate that. Like there's nobody more interested in seeing the outside world than a Chinese person, really. Like they travel like crazy. They have the shittiest passports because when they want to travel, they basically have to apply for a visa to go anywhere. Whereas Westerners, their passports, they can just go wherever they want. 3 months.
Yeah, and one thing is like really stupid and ignorant, though. I mean, when they literally, of course, they think that Japan is like more degenerate than they are, and this is coming, of course, from a civilization, of course, that has shit like drag queen story hours. So it's pretty funny, though.
I'm just interested in how it will develop over there, because I don't think like any other culture at this point now is as curious as they are about the world, because a Chinese person will try out everything.
And I want to go, of course, and sort of come up with this. I do believe this would have a structure quite similar to that, though, of the Italian Renaissance, though, where sort of much of it would sort of be a eventual, well, sort of return of a golden age, though. Because of the fact that now, of course, China has a potential. I think it's they'll pretty much at a very polarizing limbo sort of it in terms of its zeitgeist, well, because it could either completely collapse or sort of it just rise up a lot more. But it seems, Mo, that it's kind of it. I think it's about to get very close to prosperity, especially in comparison to a more collapsing and eventually crumbling United States.
China.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
Again.
Like they're kind of forced to be an other to the Western world and how it does things, just by just by historical constraints, and also their unique cultural background is also contributing to them, being able to be totalitarian and have long-term plans, and they can compare it to the Western model, which is now just revolving doors of thieves that are just trying to plunder money and cash out.
Yeah.
The
is completely decaying and rotting though, and I hope it just falls faster. That's all I could say.
I feel like China is going to just blur. They already are just blending with the West. Clearly, like they have spoiled brat children of royal dynasties in the Communist Party. They have consumerism. They have materialism. They have, brutal work weeks. It still sucks to live there. You say that their healthcare sucks, so it's like Medicaid in the United States. How it basically, it's free, but it sucks. It doesn't cover anything. But like, there's.
I do love it. I find it kind of funny about how Amerimuts would just constantly brag about how good their healthcare is, even though it's actually just really shitty, corrupt, and also expensive as fuck. I guess it beats getting euthanized, though. Instead of just, volunteering, of course, to instead just get put down whenever you're just dying horribly. You could just actually slowly die horribly under, like, really terrible malpractices. Yeah.
I'm sure they have a lot of incompetence, but, like, systemically, they probably don't have it as much. Like, the American system is designed to encourage evil, selfishness, exploitation, and predation. Like,
it's capitalism.
It is. It's capitalism. That's why China can at least build these big railway systems where poor people can hop on a train and end up in another city and easy. They don't have to ride a stupid plane, and if the fuel economy crashes, they can just ride the electronic fucking train.
And what do Amerimuts have? What sort of excuse do they have, I wonder?
What do we have, like, public transportation-wise? We got nothing. If fuel crashes, it's all over. We're dead. Like,
there's no high-speed rail trains.
I'm just talking about, why do Amerimuts not have, like a transit, of course, like a sort of high-speed railway system similar to China's, though, despite the fact that both countries are quite similar geographically and in size?
Well, people will tell you it's because of corruption. There's it's a lot of things. It's not just the car industry wanting to design the country to make people dependent on cars, which that's clearly part of it, of course. But
I'm just saying more so instead of how they would just probably just scapegoat like racial minorities being evil or something, of course, into why they can't have it, or because of geography, despite the fact that I previously said that both China and the United States have very similar geography.
You mean what bullshit excuses they'll come up with? Yeah, they'll blame.
Yes,
They'll blame.
I'm dead.
Yeah, you're aware that the capitalist system will make up like irrelevant scapegoats of minority groups that they don't care if you attack them. It doesn't matter. They'll get offended if you. They care more about like Indians and obviously Jews if you attack those, because those have more, utility to the capitalist system, but you can attack Somalians all day, and Somalians are why you don't have trains. And in reality, on top of the corrupt capitalist system, the auto industry, China can plan ahead, to their credit. Like, for all the flaws that China obviously has, they can plan ahead. They have objectified capitalism at least more than us. They can use it as a tool.
You know what my favorite reply is to why doesn't America have more, like, say, public transport or something like that that's proper? There's like this guy, Gavin McInnes, you probably know him, right? Like the
Of course, yeah, he does podcasts with Anthony Kuma.
Yeah, and he says, his reply is, it's funny, well, why don't we have high-speed rails like China? Because there's nothing more American than having your own car and driving your own car instead of being packed like a sardine in a train. Like, that's what a real man does. A real man drives his own car.
Just complete.
Last time I remembered, whenever I'm in the airport or sort of it's, riding riding the L train in Chicago though, pretty much I feel like they were usually, of course, a little bit, too empty. Packed like a pack of sardines. This nigga ever ridden a fucking train in his entire life? Bro, we even have those pretty much in the fucking airport. Go ride those, of course. You're not gonna be packed like fucking sardines, you idiot.
They're researching how to pack people like
a monster truck.
Huh?
Nothing says man like a monster truck.
Yeah.
There's nothing as manly as having, of course, like a fuel inefficient truck that you have literally no reason to use. Do you work in a blue collar job, of course, that you need to go and, transport furniture to? No? Then why the fuck do you have a truck?
A jacked up truck with 6 wheels on it.
6 wheels. Do you use it, of course? Do you need it to go, of course, and carry, like, heavy shit around, though? Do you like work in a construction site or something, of course? Or do you have a blue-collar job? Like, my dad has a truck because of the fact he actually does carry shit around. And he actually does work in a house, so he does have an actual reason to. In fact, he probably does need a truck. What excuse do these, neoconservative LARPers have? None. None whatsoever. It's completely performative.
Well, it is performative because I've seen a lot of people online, and sometimes it's Americans, get really angry over getting called out about not having that. They will say like, "Oh, stick your finger in your ass on your soy bus" or something like that. Like, they will really get angry.
It's why based in Red Pilled Conan the Barbarian cards or whatever though. Despite the fact that Conan the Barbarian mostly, of course, is walked on foot though, probably without a horse.
Nothing says butt plug more than a high-speed rail train.
You know what else they say is that though, if you build public transport, then black people will use it, and that will spread crime around. That's what they. That's another reason that we're. That's a reason that they say that we shouldn't have public transport.
Well, goddamn, of course.
They do say
so,
that.
yeah, another example of how racism is cucking this country.
That's what I'm saying.
And it's like, brother, you don't even hate them, of course. You're just finding the shittiest excuse and just using that, of course, just to appeal to your retarded and probably also racist demographic. Like, even someone, of course, who pretty much is as racist as me, of course, would find that utterly fucking retarded. The only reason why, of course, the biggest reason to why these minorities are committing crimes is socioeconomic. None of them really do have much of an actual benefit to it, though, because they're all just left, of course, to mostly starve and die. That's why, of course, they commit crimes all the time then. Even MS-13 mainly originated in the United States in Los Angeles as a protective gang to protect each other and shit.
Probably protecting each other from the LAPD that was actually harassing minorities at the time.
Actually. It's also pretty much other gangs too, of course, that would harass them. From other nationalities and ethnicities too, then. Like, Salvadorians would actually get attacked probably by Hondurans, though, or Mexicans.
And like, I'm honestly not even a racist. Pretty much every platform I have is like is part of a vast network of a bunch of things affecting other things. The reason I don't want Indian immigrants is because, that undermines worker leverage that will, artificially...
The only reason why I'm blatantly anti-immigration is because I do feel that it's just a tool by capitalists to sort of just disrupt, of course, not just to go, of course, and get more manpower, but also to go, of course, and mainly disrupt their workers, of course, and prevent, of course, a workers' union. Because a union only really works, though, if everyone kind of can get along with each other and sort of it can eventually go and find one thing to get on with. If nobody can really agree on one thing and they all just fucking hit each other, and you're just going to find all of this reactionary bullshit about, how evil, of course, the Somalis are, or sort of this ethnic group, of course, obscure ethnic group that might have did something really evil, of course, like eat dogs or whatever, of course. Oh, look at that, of course. Oh, look at that. Look at those minorities, of course. Aren't they evil? Oh, wait, here. Look at those trannies. Pretty much just doing some shit nobody cares about. Look at that. Oh my god. Look at these overblown crime statistics, of course, where maybe some of them actually were a rapist, or here's a horrible story. Despite the fact that transgenders, of course, make up a very small minority of the overall population. Go get angry about them, but don't ever go, of course, and go after the actual reason why this kind of phenomenon is happening. Sort of like a corrupt medical industry, or sort of it's, capitalists trying to go and take advantage of this, and trying to go, of course, and mainly groom, autistic people into turning out. No, don't ever do that.
It's Patrick Starr falling asleep when you're not talking about trannies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just posted that. Guy who really cares about politics whenever you're not just talking about trannies and you're talking about economics instead.
Yeah, that's Patrick Starr. He's just zoning out.
Trannies are just.
Oh, it is true. Like that's all retarded normies want to do. They just want to babble about some simple, easy to understand problem and hopefully light somebody on fire or throw rocks at somebody.
That's just the way of midwits. Oh well. I mean, you can't really do much to change it, can you?
No, you have to really set up a system that just accepts that the masses are retarded, and you have to control them. You have to just come.
They accept that the masses are retarded, so they mostly instead, of course, is given an opportunity to what they actually want, which is mostly, of course, is a pretty normal job, though. Let's be fucking honest, though. The only reason why the masses hate communism is because they're told they hate communism by their capitalist overlords.
Well, yeah, and they've been convinced that they are an extension of their slave masters, and any movement you make against the slave masters is a move on them, because one day they want to go to Epstein Island too. Nobody gives a shit about rich pedophiles or the fact that corporations work with the government, or even speaking of the immigration problem, corporations love the fact that they have the government import immigrants and give them welfare and sustain that immigrant's life, so that all the expense gets passed on to you, the wage cock, while they save money having an indentured brown slave whose existence is subsidized by the taxpayer. They love that. Walmart loves whenever it can underpay its employee and have them just live off food stamps. It literally calculates that. It calculates how much it can underpay you and make you live on welfare. That's literally the capitalist system is working with the government to divert expenses onto you.
Yep.
Because they're going to generate money. It's all tied up in investments. They're not going to be affected by inflation as much. They're going to continuously make more money, and they have developed this giant elaborate system to make you pay for everything, and everybody is too stupid to even comprehend it. Which is why, like, nobody will ever do anything about it.
Yep.
Like, there's no way to... There's no way to, like, get into a position where you can actually affect things, because you'll never be allowed. The system... Why... Like I said, why the Third World had communist revolutions and not the First World is because the Third World didn't have these giant elaborate systems that, you know, could stay on top of these movements and suppress them.
Yes.
The First World has been suppressing socialist sentiments since the 1800s. Like, they've been on top of it, studying it, trying to figure out how to counter it.
The First World has been trying to go, of course, and destroy these Third World governments. By the way, can you actually go? I pretty much did not mean to be pedantic, though, but using the term First World and Third World is a bit of a misusage. The Third World is more so instead just a in-between of the Warsaw Pact, aka the Second World, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, aka the First World. So pretty much what you should probably say, many of these communist countries are pretty much more like the Second World, since this is not really a signifier of development, but instead, a piece of Cold War terminology. Not to be pedantic.
I am aware of that, but the meaning of that word is that whole lexicon has changed over time. Like, you know what I mean by... We all know what we mean when we say Third World.
I know. It's just that kind of it's a bit of an annoyance, though. That's all. I do feel that.
Yeah,
it's a bit annoying.
I literally know the history of it. It's just that, things change, and this is what it means now. It's just like, because it's easier to say two words, Third World, and then whenever I say that, people think of, like, every backwards, shithole where they didn't have a giant elaborate technological capitalist system to suppress socialist revolutions.
What you can't just simply say is this, of course. First World is where you have Labubu, and Third World is where you don't have Labubu. Simple as.
I don't even hear people say Second World ever. Like, it's either First World or Third World, or they'll say Second World. They'll say America's becoming a Second World country at most.
Second World country? Are you saying it's now becoming part of the Warsaw Pact? Damn, I never knew that.
It's basically
the People's Republic of America.
It's just like changed from like a ranking system of good to bad. It has deviated far from its original meaning.
Like calling China a third world country. Are you fucking retarded? They were part of the communist sphere ever since then, of course, since the Cultural Revolution. Oh, whatever, man. Anyways, then. Iran could be described as a third world country because I don't really think they've been ever really part of both sides either. Maybe more of a first world country, though, because of the Shah. Sort of it being technically a bit of a part, though, of the more NATO-aligned world, sort of it, ever since the revolution, I think, well, the coup d'etat, though, which was instigated by these two countries, though, by the United Kingdom, the United States, through MI6 and the CIA, but still.
Yeah, Iran's been passed back and forth. That actually pisses me off whenever people talk about how Iran's run by crazy Muslims now. It's like, we installed that regime. That is our fault that they're Muslim extremists now.
I wonder if Americans would ever have to consider the fact that much of the Taliban was made up of the former Mujahideen. In fact, former Mujahideen eventually created the Many of them eventually formed Al Qaeda, which is what caused the 9/11 attacks in the first place.
Yeah, and the reason that they even did 9/11 is because we were bombing the Middle East for 20 years before that and destabilizing it for longer.
Oh, why do they hate America? Oh, they only hate America because it's an imperialist power, not because they hate our way or whatever.
They're just jealous of our freedom. It makes them angry.
They're jealous of our freedom, though. And you must ask, if they are truly jealous of our freedom, why the fuck can they not go and replicate that here in their home countries? Strange.
Because they're self-loathing losers that won't pull up their bootstraps. Like, they just want to whine and complain that the world should give them free things, and that's why they need to be bombed.
They need a free stuff. Don't you know, liberal, of course? They hate the free world. Because they never did anything, though. No, I will not go over the fact, man, that the Muslims have sort of maintained an incredibly advanced civilization for hundreds of years, and only began, of course, to decay once Western powers began to fuck with them, towards the twilight centuries of the Ottoman Empire. I will not, of course, go and bring that up.
Don't bring up the fact that Persian history predates Jewish history, Israel history entirely, and that Judaism is, like, actually basically plagiarized from Zoroastrianism, which itself precedes history.
Don't go, of course, and also sort of just mention the fact that Judaism actually began in around the 4th century BC, starting with King Ptolemy. King Ptolemy instead is allowing the Jews to write their shit in a little book. And also how no contemporary sources from the Bronze Age, regardless whether it be from the Hittites or Egyptians, have ever gone, of course, and sort of described the 12 tribes of Israel. What the fuck?
It's rarely like Judaism just randomly appeared one day and just declared that it was the most important thing, and then cyclically kept building up significance based on how much more history they have, which, like, they literally hail from fucking the Persian prehistoric cults, and and then they later just ripped off Greek philosophy with Christianity, whenever Christianity came around.
Yes, that Jewish heresy, of course, which actually stolen from Neoplatonism. Yeah, pretty much. In fact, Christos, or pretty much Christ, to be anointed, is literally stolen from the Greeks, specifically the Odyssey. So yes.
I just really hate Abrahamism, and I think it's just a complete lie and a waste of time.
I just completely hate, of course, Christians, most of the fact, because they're just a bunch of retarded heretics that believe they was Jews and shit, despite the fact that they're Jewish heresy and Judaism came long before them. But whatever, who cares?
I hate Abrahamism entirely. I've seen enough retardation from all groups, and it's all just nothing, because Jews, their big thing is, like, they're the OGs, they're the original, like, they're super special, nobody ever did what they did. And it's like, you moved into a place where there was already, like, a civilization, and you plagiarized the surrounding traditions that already existed. So, like, whenever you know about Persian, like, extreme ancient history and prehistory, like, you just hate it even more. You think Abrahamism is just this giant blot of bullshit that we're just wasting our time with.
Yeah, we just steal shit. I think the worst part is just how they stole the word logos, though. Which is actually taken from Heraclitus. Heraclitus, a Ionian philosopher, a pre-Socratic Ionian philosopher, came up with it, though, and it was eventually stolen and distorted by the Christians. So yeah, just no respect whatsoever for Christians. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I tried Christianity last year, and it was a pathetic joke. So I'm completely done with it, and it's. I hate Judaism, but I hate Islam too. It's all just retarded, and anybody who is obsessing over Jewish hand-me-down traditions that are made up anyway. It's just they're just exposing to you how retarded they are. They don't know history. They're a grifter. They're lazy. They don't care. They telegraph all of this to you by saying they give a shit about Abrahamism.
That's so fucking pathetic. Yeah. Imagine, of course, also tell them that most likely, of course, Jesus Christ himself most likely never existed in the first place. Christ's mysticism actually began around at the Enlightenment, and this was at a time when empiricism and modern history began to get taken into account, though. Well, pretty much modern historiography began to become a thing. So then we actually began to go and look at it more critically. And this is kind of it also when people began to doubt the existence of Jesus, not just because of the miracles, but also because of the lack of any real reliable contemporary sources about him either. Because the two only ones we could really have is from Josephus and Tacitus, which are not even contemporary, as they have already by the time they have written about him, sort of just the followers of Christ, Christianity has already begun to go, of course, and take off. That's it.
Like, Jesus might not even be real. I mean, people still bring up the Shroud of Turin, which was proven to be bullshit. And then,
of Turin is a work of art and a forgery that was made in the 14th century, though. In fact, sort of it is, what is it, radiocarbon? No, sort of it, there was maybe a study put on it, and it dates back at around to the 14th century at the very earliest. So, obvious bullshit. Yevon, it's a medieval forgery.
It's just the fact that people even believing a magic wizard fucking walked around duplicating loaves of bread and fish and walked the water and like that magic exists, but only Christianity's magic or only Abrahamic magic. And then if any other magic does exist, it's demonic. It's just like
witchcraft or whatever, then. Remember, of course, kids, if you're practicing magic but not approved by the church, you're literally like Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
So magic is real, but only if you believe in a magical rabbi.
Only if you believe, of course, in a magical rabbi who exists everywhere and is also God, but not really God, because that's actually his daddy. His, pretty much his deadbeat dad, of course, who killed him, by the way.
Hey, man, Rabbi Yeshua gonna send me up to the clouds in the sky to live with my abuela. That's why I fucking... Like, I can't get over this. Like, whenever somebody starts shilling Christianity, I'm like, you're really trying to sell people on, like, believing in a magical rabbi that will take you up to a cloud dimension where your family is still alive. Like,
I'll actually get really angry when you describe bring up the fact of calling it a dimension. They'll just accuse you of not understanding metaphysics or whatever.
Which, if they actually believe it's not a real place, they're literally heretics, because Christians actually believe in real demons. Hell is a real place. Magic is real. Like, you have to, if they don't believe in this shit, they're heretics, literally. Because this is what the archbishops, the cardinals, the bishops, the priests all believe. You're literally a heretic if you don't believe in magic. So, like, if they start selling you some bullshit that Christianity is just a philosophy, they're literally heretics and don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yes.
And also just the idea. Talking to like Hegelian Christians who say that like you can only be rational if you participate in the Eucharist and you have to believe in this magical rabbi, because otherwise you can't be rational. Like, Jesus Christ. I can't
How fast do you think Hegel would probably be spinning in his grave when that was said, uttered out of their mouths? Just take a quick guess, that's all.
So, I've heard conflicting things about Hegel. I heard that he was a failed pastor. He was trying to sell people on Christianity.
Gag.
With his philosophy. I can't verify this because he wrote way too much and I'm never gonna read that shit anyway. How fast would he be spinning in his grave?
My best guess, probably at around a rate of 100, probably around, maybe let's say 150 kilometers per hour. Is that correct?
Did he not say that? Because like I haven't read about his life enough, but these Hegelians
He sees his ass completely fucking retarded, and also by the fact that a lot of his progenies, many of his proteges, including Karl Marx, of course, were pretty much explicit anti-theists. So no, not really. Either atheist at best or straight up anti-theist.
Well, of course, Marx is an atheist, and but the thing is that I don't know that much about Hegel's life, or like he apparently says a lot of shit. He says that animals can't be rational. He says a lot of things, so it's very hard to pin him down. I honestly don't even care what he said because I just steal his lexicon and use it my own way.
That's cool. All right.
So like I don't even care if somebody tells me Hegel says that you got to eat the cracker in the Eucharist if you can call yourself rational, and like I don't care if he said that.
Hegel says you have to go and smoke at least, of course, 3 rolls. Actually, you have to at least, of course, smoke a lot of fucking weed every day to be truly rational. I've read it from his books, bro. Trust me.
I don't even doubt he probably did say a lot of things that were a product of his time, like not considering the possibility that rationality can arise in beings other than humans.
Yes.
Because like at the time period they looked down on animals, but now we know that like we are all one, bro. We are all one consciousness, one spirit, and animals, crows are really smart and cats are real smart and
yeah, bro. Actually, that is kind of true, though. Anthropocentrism is a disease upon the mind, though, and largely, of course, is 99% of the reasons why we have all these problems nowadays.
Yeah, because it's well, it demonstrates an inability to actually think metaphysically, like because it's people still, like Dutch was talking about, they're inserting themselves into the philosophy and revolving everything around themselves. So like I'm a human, so obviously you can only be rational if you're a human like me. And it's just like it like fundamentally misunderstands the very premise of metaphysics. Metaphysics has nothing to do with an afterlife or what you have to look like to be rational. It doesn't matter.
People just completely misunderstand metaphysics. Yeah.
I don't want to get started on Mage again, but I was trying to explain metaphysics to Redditors in Mage. And that went so fucking bad. Because I rediscovered that everybody who plays that game is a fucking retard. Because they think that metaphysics...
And play a game that is heavily influenced, of course, by many occult philosophers and mystics. And then, of course, they play it without any knowledge whatsoever about it or what it does. Probably explains why the 20th anniversary edition is so fucking dog shit. Makes sense.
You know what they fucking told me? They told me that technocrats don't need to use technological foci and like they can just shoot a fireball if they don't have their laser gun with them. They told me that.
Aren't technocrats mages though?
Yeah, that means they can shoot fireballs, right? They literally, these motherfuckers told me that like paradigms are optional. Paradigms are basically just a way to decrease difficulty on a spell. Like the best part of literally the most fun part of a mage is the paradigm, and they want to remove that so that they can power game. I can't.
The fact that obviously a mage gains their power though largely through sort of their avatar, which is probably through their mind, of course, or soul, sort of just manipulating reality and bending it in such a way, of course, to where they can pretty much just use it as they see fit. A paradigm is basically like that.
Yeah. Well, the idea is that the paradigm is how you figured out how to push reality harder than it normally goes. Like, you don't get to just do anything. You specifically find out, oh, I can, like, do reality even harder by hacking this computer using this programming language that I invented that shouldn't even fucking work.
Makes the Ascension vastly superior to Vampire the Masquerade and probably the best World of Darkness game. So, yeah.
Yeah, if it's played right, and most people don't, and if you're not playing Mage right, then Vampire's better.
Vampire is for toddlers. That's it. It's just gothic horror for toddlers.
Vampire is awesome. Like I came to appreciate it.
It's pretty much great in the sense if you know what you're doing with it, though. You just want to go, of course, and create an interesting narrative. Most of the people there are kind of like a bunch of just goth girls, though, who pretty much I do not like goths at all. I think they're all fucking retarded, especially the women.
Well, you might trigger daggers here.
Well, I love goths, and I would want vampires to bite me.
Even though, of course, I'm actually very similar to them in philosophy, but I hate them all. And they should all kill themselves. But send me the victim. They should actually record themselves slitting their wrists in their bathtubs, though, so I can pretty much just be happy about it.
I don't know.
I'm being
I don't know if a goth girl broke your heart or something, but
they broke my heart, of course, when they began to talk about how much they love my favorite tabletop games. It makes them want to go, of course. I'm Roddy McNutt myself.
Well, I love the aesthetic, and vampires.
I love the aesthetic.
The vampire characters, they're not like the players. Like I said, I was playing World of Darkness 13, the video game, Space Station 13, but it was Vampire the Masquerade, and the Toreador Primogen was like a Christina Hendricks, who was played by a Catholic woman in real life. That still continues to be one of the best players and characters I've ever seen in Vampire. That made me love vampires more. That wasn't...
Usually, I did, of course, like actually discrediting the idea, of course, probably for like a Zemisi. Usually, I like to go for Zemisi characters, though, because those are the ones I like the most. They're just really grotesque, evil, and actually horrifying.
Well, Zemitsis are interesting because they actually, they and the General Sabbat, they explore how we don't have to be human. We can just kind of, Zemitsis in particular, because of the path of metamorphosis, they actually explore how we can being a vampire, we're free from humanity. We're like almost these abstract spirits just piloting these corpses that have very little needs. We can kind of just be whatever. We can change our form even. So let's see what we can turn into. And that's very interesting. That explores that, you continue to be in various strange forms and places. But I was playing as a Nosferatu Primogen.
Oh, I love the Nosferatu, yeah. I think I do want to go and just play as... Because I do think that people self-insert into it just to be, more immersive about it, because Vampire the Masquerade is obviously about sort of it being what it's like to be a vampire in the modern world, and sort of what you have to deal with, though. And sort of with, the separate tragedy. So whenever I create a self-insert, usually I just go for a Nosferatu or a Zemisi, since most are mostly focused around, pretty much just being a inhumane monster. Though I do like to go for a Nosferatu because it's more so about the tragedy of being a vampire. It's not really nice, it's not pretty though, it's actually really fucking awful and miserable. And it's kind of side though of, that kind of side of being a vampire that many people pretend to understand, but not really in the slightest.
Vampire, they are really awesome. You basically have to have a few good experiences to really realize how good it is, aside from reading the books. Like, generally most people playing World of Darkness are shit. And basically all I was saying was that a normal game of Vampire is better than a bad game of Mage, which ends up being most games of Mage. Because most people are too stupid to deal with those complicated subjects that comes with Mage. Like, it's just, if you're playing Mage where paradigms are optional, like, go fuck yourself. Just go play Vampire, play anything else. Because
play
those
Vampire, but just play as a Tremere, though, since you do not care so much about paradigms.
Yeah, I mean, just vampires are cool too. You could be a werewolf. You could be, werewolves have paradigms too. Glasswalkers have a different way of invoking gifts than everybody else. And then there's changelings. They fucking have weird ways of doing their arts and realms and shit.
Yeah. I think for the yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do like the Order of Hermes a lot, though, because we're just, run-the-mill traditional mages with also a lot of sides to them, though. I mean, you could just cast a fireball, too, regularly, because, well, we're pretty much just run-the-mill, wizards and shit, though. But you still pretty much need, like, a paradigm, though. You still have to go, of course, and sort of it just, understand it a lot better, though.
If you can shoot a fireball, there's an explanation. It's like an Akashik. The reason that an Akashik can do shit on the fly is because they live life like by a regiment. Their lifestyle changes for their paradigm. The way that people end up playing mage is that you don't have a paradigm. You're just like a guy in a t-shirt walking around and you shoot fireballs at people. And just whatever. And that sucks. And that's literally how they play it.
Fireballs at people and shit, but suffer zero paradox whatsoever. Amazing.
Even if they account for paradox, that's like the bare minimum of mage is like accounting for paradox. What you're also supposed to do is paradigm and moral quandaries, like just most of the fucking retards playing mage are actual moral relativists who they actually think that morality can just be whatever you want. Like it can just, if you have magic powers, you are therefore above morality. It no longer applies to you.
Obviously bullshit, though.
Yeah,
I guess that people should be playing Vampire the Masquerade then, since these are obviously set by a bunch of low humanity monsters. Low humanity.
These are
a bunch of neonates.
these are idiots that. These people saying these things. This is literally why I would say most mages are asshole villains, They don't need to be Navandi. Just listen to a fucking mage player say that morality doesn't apply to a mage because of random magic fucking powers they randomly woke up with one day.
Could these people perhaps be possible marauders? This sounds like someone, of course, who would probably definitely become a marauder if they ever gone and have their avatar awakened. Just saying.
They're not even that fun. Like they would just be your average orphan that gets mind control powers and like rapes a cheerleader and like kills her boyfriend or something. And they, like in a just world, in the actual World of Darkness setting as it would be played, these people would just be like getting killed on the street for being stupid scumbags.
That's why the Chakravarti exists, though, just to ensure that these people just get killed immediately.
Yeah, that's what should be happening, but the technocracy got ruined too because it's just a Reddit power fantasy now. Like I would even.
I never knew if that for once the technocracy were the good guys. No way.
I don't even want to play a technocrat character if the technocracy is the good guys.
Yes. Why would you play as that? And that's like playing, of course, as Nazi Germany, but without, the blatant evil, and sort of it's just, corruption, and sort of it's just a rigid power hierarchy applied to it, though. It'll just be really boring. That's it.
Like, I will literally play as a technocrat character, and I can do good things. I'll be deranged, though, because I like playing as insane people. I'm a technocrat that thinks he can do no wrong, and I'm insane. But, nobody can stop me, and I know for a fact, if the technocracy is working as it should, we have a branch office in Israel that helped create Palantir by testing it on Palestinians. Like, that's what the technocracy does. I don't want to be part of it if they're not doing that shit. I don't like it, but that's what they do.
Same thing, of course. It's, same stuff, of course, too, with why would you go, of course, and just play as the Camarilla, but literally have zero of the, blatant corruption and power politics.
That's what's so... That's literally... That's why the Camarillas... I actually love the Camarilla. Because
they're evil.
Because it's... The constant politics and drama and scheming... Like, I was playing World of Darkness 13. This made me appreciate them. Because I was a Nosferatu primogen. We were just scheming, and there was crazy shit happening. I had to shelter a caitiff once, because my fucking Nosferatu retard underlings befriended a caitiff that was red listed, that the inner circle was hunting. So I had to shelter her in our warrens. And then I got dragged into a war because of these retards, because of my idiots. That's why I love the Camarilla.
Did they call the blood hunt on your ass?
They blood hunted my idiot. He was my right-hand man. And I had to help him from the shadows. Like, they basically shot him a bunch of times and he was on death's door. And
I guess if I were the principal of some city, what I would probably do, of course, is just call a blood hunt on sort of just anyone who annoys me. It's enough. Any Tremere I find, immediate blood hunt. Not because I hate them, but because they're annoying.
Unfortunately, what's fun about being the prince is that you can't exactly do that. It's much more complicated. Usually, I mean, some places the prince has too much power. It really depends. Because sometimes some princes are puppets. Like the Toreador Primogen, she was basically king shit. The prince was more or less a figurehead who got assassinated, while the Toreador Primogen was running everything.
Mr. Zivin. Yevin. Oh, Tvin. Yevin. Yeah, of course, Vin. Usually, of course, what makes a prince, though, usually, of course, you can't really do too much, though, without the primogens, sort of it's subjecting to it, though. obviously because it's feudalism.
It depends, because sometimes the primogens are just figureheads. Like the prince might have too much power, but in our case, man, I loved the primogen council meetings. That was like my favorite thing, because I was
always thinking, of course, though, like usually I'm just always thinking, like, how
Hey,
do
hey guys, can
guys
I cut you off for a second?
And yeah,
To six in the chat, please don't do that.
do what?
Hey, I'm talking to VL6 in the chat. Like,
What chat?
you trust me on that. You don't want to do that. So
Who's
that's
doing
all I'll
what?
say.
Who is it?
It's the YouTube chat for this stream. I guess VS6 is now talking about, I guess, committing suicide.
Uh-oh. Alright.
I mean, well, don't do that. I don't know what else to say.
Got it, gang.
I mean, I walk around wanting to die, and probably one day I will, but
Don't go just, I mean, the only reason why, of course, social media platforms would disband you is because we don't want bad publicity. Not because of the fact that, they actually do not want you to kill yourself. Why would they ever care about that? Technocrats are basically soulless monsters.
yeah, they don't.
Ivan.
They don't care. They care about the publicity and the hysteria.
Oopsie. What else is there?
I guess I didn't mention this stream that Trump had the treasury. He's all new dollars will have his signature. So whenever he doubles the money supply again in the next 2 years, half the money's gonna have his name on it.
Oh no.
Whenever he inflates our fucking currency and has all of you wage cocks working harder for no gain, for even less. For even less, your food will be even shittier. So that him and his pedophile friends and his Israeli friends can have more infinity money.
So we could actually go and just, drown in more cunning eventually. Is that it?
Yeah, or at least have his descendants drown in little girls for the next couple of centuries in decadence.
Maybe perhaps sometimes we could all wish that hell truly does exist.
Trump is just manipulating the market and getting rich with oil futures. That's one thing he's doing. Yes, he's absolutely doing that. No, this is hell. Like, I pretty much just go through life thinking, like, wow, this sucks. This sucks, and it's just getting worse in every way.
Truth. Yes, man. I mean, when it comes to politics, then it's really just nothing short, though, of just, basically kill all corrupt pedophiles, but there's only so much you could really do before pretty much you could just, eventually just not really care much about it, what's going on, until, of course, something actually did happen, which is in the form of, eventually, of course, all the corrupt pedophiles getting, horribly skinned alive. That's it.
What it would take to fix society is basically so unfeasible. Like, I'm writing a manifesto about how there should be like a council of mages running the world. Like what the philosophy would actually look like, how it would work on every level, why it would work, going through like explaining what enlightenment actually is and what it looks like. And it's basically just it's like just a demonstration of a mindset to have, of like an ideal to strive for, and also a demonstration of like how insane of measures it would take to correct the natural stupidity of the masses and their innate corruption of everything they touch.
I guess this is saying we need an aristocracy.
Basically, like a meritocracy of philosophers, of actual philosophers, not just people that.
Are you advocating for Socratic philosopher kings? Yes.
I don't know exactly what I said, but Plato's Republic was kind of onto something. I feel like we could do a bit better. It's just that.
Anyways, I don't mean Socrates. I mean Platonic philosopher kings. But yeah.
Oh, you meant Plato? Then yeah, I didn't know if Socrates talked about it, but yeah, pretty much philosopher kings.
Yeah, Republic before.
I've barely read it. Somebody pointed it out to me. I was explaining the Mage Council to them.
I used to read it. It's actually on my volition during high school in like a reading class.
Yeah, like I was explaining the Mage Council idea to that Dutch guy, and he's like, "That sounds like Plato's Republic."
Well, because it blatantly does, of course. Duh. It's at least very, very adjacent to it. I mean, if you're gonna go for something like that, I would heavily recommend you probably just reading Plato's The Republic, probably just to get a better idea of what it is.
Well, I feel like there's ideas that we can explore better, like the noble lie. I feel that aside, the only thing that really matters is holding power, the power system, and the normie masses will basically just develop religions naturally. They'll basically put themselves into a abusive delusion where they will end up creating more enlightened people who reject the lie. Like people don't actually give a shit about religion or anything. They're just worshiping whatever immediately realizes them, and like they just worship rich people right now. They worship rich people in hopes that it will make them rich too. Like I feel like we can possibly explore these ideas. It's just a funny idea. Just the concept of like writing a book about why humanity like needs to be dominated by philosopher kings from the shadows.
Oh, are you advocating for the shadow government? My goodness.
Yeah, more or less, like,
Based.
just, like, there will still be, like, in Mage, they're called sleepers. I just call them cattle. I call people cattle, and there will still be cattle leaders. There will be cattle presidents and cattle executives, cattle whatever. But those people will answer to the mages.
What do you mean by cattle? Are you a vampire or something?
Cattle, because that's literally how they are supposed to be treated. Like if you allow like cows and goats to do whatever they want, they're gonna die. They're gonna abuse each other. They're gonna run off into a cliff. They're gonna get murdered by wolves. They're gonna eat their babies. They're gonna rape their babies. And that's without cattle, without like a shepherd or a farmer, they will all perish and collapse. They can't. They're in a world that they can't fathom. Society is too complex for cattle.
Unfortunate truth, actually, then I've seen way too many of these people be like that. Yes.
I guess even if this never happens, this is basically like a mindset that I want to make people aware of, like, this is basically what you're trying to manifest. Whenever you try to, like, create a positive space, you want, like, a space of a bunch of enlightened, mature people that have objectified existence and subjectivity. That
So it's supposed to be the Soviet Politburo, yes?
what is that exactly?
Basically the political bureau, though, pretty much, which was sort of the intellectual, more so the intelligentsia of the Soviet Union that sort of just helped lead it.
More or less. Like they probably didn't have the right values or awareness that I'm looking for. But yeah, basically, like there's like a group of like a class of people that just have the power to just end a president's life, just replace him, take his money. Like this, you do performance reviews. These are enlightened people that just get paid to be neats, and they just get bored, and they start doing performance reviews of the president, and they're like, "Oh, this guy sucks," and then you replace him. It's pretty much that simple.
Gem? Yes.
VA 6 disappeared. Hopefully did not shoot herself in the head.
Her?
Her, allegedly. I've never really cared to find out.
Maybe it's... Hello!
I'll send her a DM.
Is it Trinola? Oh my Fauci. Huh.
Maybe you can do the same too, Wolf, if you're still on.
Wolf's probably passed. Oh, there he is.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Have you seen the chat?
Let's see.
Well, basically, VA 6 is feeling suicidal and is now missing.
Maybe send her like a DM or something on Discord.
What?
Oh shit, whatever.
I mean, there's not much. There's not much I can say because I go through life like wanting to die. So, I mean, I can't really, especially when I don't
She's
know
like
that.
8. What?
Especially when I don't know that much about the person. Like,
She's like 18 or something. She's like, that's a bit young to pass on, I'll say.
Oh shit, that's kind of depressing. Alright.
Yeah, that's a bit too young. I would probably maybe wait till 30 or something.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm like 32.
Shit.
I sent Six a message on Discord asking if she's okay. That's the least I could do.
Where is Dane? Kino.
Take taking a break from the stream. I was thinking about stopping the stream because that's probably where it's going to run out of steam.
Yeah, a lot of philosophical talk.
I mean, it was good. It was better than fucking last week. We were just having the Joe Rogan talk. We were talking about monkeys for a while.
Oh, with the cowboy, right?
No, that was with Celtic Cat.
Oh.
And Holly Gonzalo.
No, yeah, we were just talking about like baboons and like it would be scary to get attacked by a baboon or something shit.
Well, in some places they eat monkeys, you know, like ape kebabs.
Oh yeah,
ape
like
steaks.
you would eat monkeys if you lived in the fucking Amazon rainforest or the Congo jungle. You would eat tarantulas, which they do.
That used to be a legend. If you got stung by like a tarantula, you're supposed to eat the tarantula, but there's no evidence to say that actually helps you, and it probably doesn't taste too good.
I don't imagine that would be very good, and they seem to be a lot of membrane, a lot of like, not a lot of meat on them.
Why would I worse than eat a tarantula? I would definitely go and keep one as a pet though.
Yeah, tarantulas are cool. It's just that if you live in the jungle, you're gonna have to eat anything, maybe eat people too.
Eat people, of course. What, do people actually usually come there once in a while?
In the jungle, people still get eaten.
They practice it in places like the Congo and like in Papua New Guinea and like really remote areas like that, really untouched by the civilized world.
I mean, it's a fucking rainforest. There ain't it's a struggle to find shit to eat. You can't exactly have a farm.
Well, I thought there was plenty of to eat in the jungle. It's just like there was also just too many people scavenging for food and just too much warfare between certain military groups that keeps people from from eating. And then the government lets people starve.
It's just it's harder to, like there's a lot of shit running around the jungle, but it's hard to like actually find shit, and you can't just run around in the jungle either because there's
Yeah, no, I'm talking not as us, like white people lived in Pennsylvania. They're not going to survive past a couple of days in the Congo. But I'm talking about people who've lived there their entire lives.
Oh, that's what I'm talking
the
about
jungle
too.
by the back of their hand. They know how to survive.
That's what I'm talking about too. So it's just hard to find food. Like maybe they eat people as like part of a ritual or something, but I mean, if you live in the jungle, like one of your greatest in South America, your greatest fear is the big cats. So whatever, the jaguars or something. Those things will fuck you up. You're living in constant fear of those things.
Proof nuke.
Like most of the shit you have to eat, it's what? Birds and monkeys, like doing circles around you, hopping tree to tree. You can go catch fish, that's probably reliable. Maybe. You can go eat a piranha.
Yeah.
I saw about that, like, cows going into the Amazon rainforest and just being eaten to death by a swarm of piranhas.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that too. That they'll kind of skeletonize you.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, the skeletonization.
And besides tarantulas and piranhas, you got snakes.
Yeah,
As,
snakes. Like that guy just said in the chat. That's another.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's exactly. This is the same conversation last time. Like, rainforests are fucked up places. They're really. They're like it's called green hell for a reason.
Yo, check the Discord chats.
What?
Just check general real quick.
A guy saying that rape is the most mild punishment you deserve, followed by execution.
It's Patrick Hamilton.
Patrick, is that a famous person?
He's a locale. That's it.
Oh, okay. I'm not up to date on newer locales. I've never heard of them.
It's fine. What? Are you more familiar with Chris Chan or something?
I'm more familiar with, like, yeah, everyone knows Chris Chan. I know King Cobra, and I can't think of them off the top of my head. I don't think about them that much.
It was so fucking boring. That's all I could say.
Locales are just like, people are not interesting. They're not that.
Most locales are incredibly boring as fuck, though, and are mostly just fair. People mostly just come after them and apply that label because they're actually deceiving about them for some random reason. I don't know where the fuck people would ever go, of course, and see about them this much, though. It's just pure mental illness, and that's it.
Well, have you guys ever heard of a guy named Ian Foote?
No one's.
Why does he sound so familiar?
He's a Canadian and he's fucking nuts. He gets on his videos, he's hammered on beer and like just fucking goes at it.
No, I haven't heard of them, but
I'll post something in the random for you to see.
I think I'm looking at his stuff, his archive on YouTube right now. It's Ian Foote archive videos.
Yeah,
Watch
his channel got banned.
self-proclaimed narcissist, violent, misogynist, semi-schizophrenic horror cow that reminisces the good old days where he was going to be a rich, world-changing servant and have many children. But life went the wrong way for his poor fellow, and now he's living in his own head and filth to this day. So he's a guy who's just a doomer.
Doomer. Oh my goodness.
Alright. It's in random, that's one of his videos. Ugh.
I think someone said in chat, usually the people obsessed with locales are worse than the locales themselves. That's another. Like, a lot of Kiwi farmers and all these trolls, they're genuinely degenerate people.
Literally, Kiwi farmers. Kiwi farms is just pretty funny, though, because of the fact that, like, many of them would often try to go, of course, and just morally grandstand about being against degeneracy or whatever. Which is why, of course, they pretended to get outraged over baby monkey torture back in the day, but really, just what it is that they're just really pissed off. They just want something to seethe about, though, and that's it. They don't really do this out of a actual moral conviction. They just do it, of course, because of the fact they're just a bunch of narcissists.
when they're also bored, and it's one of the easiest things for them to recognize is, torturing somebody who's vulnerable.
Yes.
Which is why I hate humanity so much, man.
Cool.
Yeah, that's like whenever I talk to like I'm sure if you just, not all people that look at a locale are fucking with them and are degenerates, but I just find that whenever I'm talking to a troll or somebody obsessed with locales, I could just kind of tell right away this guy probably has like these actual trolls and these weirdos, like they have like child porn folders, and they're probably losers in real life, and they're like a wage cock that wants to take it out by torturing an autistic guy online. What's this video? Any woman who watched this will watch alone.
Do you want to destroy your relationship? I'm gonna tell you how to destroy your relationship. And you know something? Once I tell you,
That's one of his like less worse ones.
too late. If you don't flick up now, your relationship will end. Ask your man. If you had a choice,
No?
in a relationship, if you had a choice between me, as I am right now, the person that I became
Ugh.
after all my struggles and all my life experiences and all my failures and successes and trials and tribulations, if you had to choose between the woman that I am now, who
I kind of want
overcame all
a
of that,
dashboard to stream right now.
and the woman that I was when I was 21.
And can't handle me at my best, can't handle me at my worst. How you ruin relationships, I get it. It doesn't seem bad. Fucking YouTube's got to fucking wipe out archives of videos of guys who just happen to be weird and vulgar. I still don't know what the appeal of Dashboard is, because I haven't heard him say anything like really profound whenever I listen in.
How's your is your tooth still in pain right now, Dags?
No, or otherwise if I was in pain, I would be like convulsing on the floor, like I was going crazy.
It was that bad, eh?
Yeah, I tried to endure it for a little bit. I just took like painkillers, and I had some tooth numbing solution, which didn't work. I was on the floor. I was losing my mind. The only thing you can do is just put ice cold water in your mouth, which is, a side benefit of having 3 bottles of water that you rotate through the freezer and then drink it throughout the day. You also get ice cold water to deal with pain.
Ugh. Yeah, that sucks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm getting worried about my wisdom teeth. They have cavities in them. They don't hurt, but I know I should get them removed. I got some money saved up, so I might do that, but I'm not sure.
If like, if they're impacting your other teeth, I guess that's worth it.
Yeah, I do remember when we used to be able to DM each other on YouTube. It begins. Do you guys remember that? When YouTube was more communal, almost social media type posting.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. Those are the days.
That Google Plus. I think that was Google Plus, which lasted a month.
Not sure. I think it was.
Talking about UPS in the chat. Yeah, I was there for 7 years. You worked there for a month. I was there for 7 years, and it never got better. Also, health insurance doesn't kick in until a year later. You have to work there for a year.
That must have been soul destroying.
Yeah, and mainly because there were no other jobs. That was the best job available. Otherwise, it would have been flipping burgers for $7 an hour.
Oh god. Ugh. Any news on the job front? I know you said you might be still looking for a job.
Yeah, I occasionally panic and look up jobs and then find nothing but being a fry cook at a gas station over and over that I have to drive to.
Do you think you might eventually end up taking one of those types of jobs? Just out of like desperation?
It's possible, but I'll just probably fail horribly at it. I'm honestly too broken to really do that. I'll just kind of be fucked if I ever have to actually rely on that.
Yeah.
If it's a job where I just
I feel bad for
drive or something, I could be fine, but not
yeah.
working in a kitchen or stacking boxes. I mean, I'll just probably die.
Yeah, I feel bad for like fry cooks in the back of like McDonald's or like fucking like Dairy Queen. It's just horrible.
It is horrible. You don't even get a cool job at a gas station anymore. You're not just running a little convenience store. You have to be a fry cook, taking people's orders, working constantly because tons of wage cocks still work at night. So you're still like at fucking 1 in the morning. You're still making fucking French fries and hot dogs and shit.
Yeah.
Or you're making fucking burritos. You're making like more complicated bullshit.
Oh god. Ugh. Gives me the nightmares. God. Jeez.
I get nightmares thinking about the time I was a dishwasher and I did do some line cook work and it was fucking shit. And that was for fucking $11 an hour, and that was like 5 years ago too. So that was just terrible.
Speaking of which, Bo, had anyone here pretty much ever played Wraithy Oblivion?
Nobody else in this whole circle really plays tabletop games.
Aw.
Yeah,
I thought
not
you
much.
were talking about Elder Scrolls for a minute, and then I was like, no, you're not.
I did too.
It took me a minute
Yeah.
to remember which thing that was.
Come here, come up here. Psst. Come here, girl. Come here, come up here.
Mindflayer, you said you're from Iceland?
No, I have ancestors from Iceland.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Get your fat ass up here, cat. Now?
Would you ever consider visiting Iceland, or have you?
I would never visit Iceland.
Why?
Because there's nothing actually interesting about it. That's it.
Okay. It would just be a nice place to visit, that's all I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like, I met people from Iceland. They seem kind of chill.
There's some like cool geographic like landmarks, like a lot of like I think there's like a volcano there, and there's like a giant fault line too. So that's pretty
The
neat.
only a place I would ever think visiting is maybe Vladivostok, and that's it. Well, Vladivostok and also many Pacific cities, though, like Tokyo.
I'm not sure I'll go to Russia in this day and age.
There's nothing really much wrong with it, though. And this is like a place, of course, that's completely safe from the Ukrainian strikes.
I feel scared as an American to travel abroad, but I do feel like traveling abroad is probably my only hope to ascend.
Is your only hope to not get violently raped by your Jewish oligarchs? Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
My goodness, I'm so sleepy. How long have we been? This stuff has been going on for like 3 hours or something ish. Yeah.
I guess I'm going for 4 hours and I'm definitely stopping. Still like 28 people watching or something, so.
Just...
Someone asked, Doomer asked if I would be a trucker. I mean, yeah, I would if that was feasible, if it was free and the pay wasn't shit.
Is there really much, of course, I could just talk about? Ah, fuck. I mean, I mostly have... You know why. I'm just trying to think of something to talk about, outside of World of Darkness, since this is pretty much the only reason why I did probably just came to the server.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am the only person who has really touched it at all.
Disturbing.
I know like jack shit about tabletop games, so.
Like, so far, Celtic Cat and Dutch, those guys know a bit about Warhammer, that's about it.
Warhammer? Fantasy or 40k?
One's into 40k, the other's more into fantasy.
Alright. Okay, then. Yeah, I think it was pretty alright about talking with Bhutan. I like it.
Yeah, I've been talking to that guy for 10 years. Like, he's just consistent. I just consistently have long conversations with him.
That's a long time. Wow.
There's just like this group of people that I've been talking to for a long time. He's one of them. A few of them are in this server. It's just like just people I met on Discord, and we've just been talking forever. Been talking to Dutch, Oak, Mudkip, Dixon, and then I think I don't know who else has been here that long.
What about, does anyone here know anything about webcomics at least?
Very little. I mean, I know of like the old ones, and I know Stone Toss and bullshit.
Old ones like Control Alt Delete or something like that.
Yeah, or that one webcomic about everybody's like a dude with helmets, gas masks.
Yeah, that one.
There's like a red army, a blue army, yellow army.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and I'm trying to think of the name.
I'm not even gonna possibly remember the name, but yeah, that's pretty much.
Well, I just want to bring up just mostly prequel, because I used to read prequel a while back, probably at around 2016 or 2018, around that time frame. It's sort of just a Elder Scrolls fan webcomic. That's it.
I know of one Elder Scrolls webcomic, and it has the cat girl main character.
Yeah, that's prequel. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, I know what that is then.
It's great, actually.
I haven't seen much of it. I've seen pictures. I've seen a little bit.
It's actually really good, though. It's especially a lot better than Homestuck.
I don't like. I know what Homestuck is. I don't know what it's even about, and I've never even cared. People bring up Homestuck, and I'm like, I know what that is. I just don't care about it.
You're a sane man, aren't you? So you're sane?
Like, there's just nothing about it that gets my interest. For a couple of times I was drawing some shitty MS Paint comics about World of Darkness.
Kino.
I was drawing.
Yeah, aren't they like a bunch of your fetish comics?
Yeah, I mean they are my fetish, but they're also shit that could actually happen. Because that's especially when vampire is involved. That's literally like you just can't really avoid it.
Amazing.
Like vampires are innately sexy as hell.
That's cool. See this amazing account named Abusive Clown Stroking His Shit. Here I'll post random
Oh, it's this Bash guy. I saw him in the chat earlier, but there was a conversation going on. I've already seen you talk to Thomas White, so I already know your deal. Like I get it. I get the shtick. My Little Pony. I watched whenever it was ironic to like it. Whenever like bronies first emerged on 4chan, I was watching a bit of it. Me and my friend actually, we went to McDonald's and I bought a rarity toy from. I got one from Walmart, and I also got a couple McDonald's toys. So I already have treaded that path well enough.
Do they even still sell toys at McDonald's?
I doubt it. They don't even fucking sell food anymore. It tastes like cardboard. I'd be surprised if they could afford fucking toys if they can't even afford beef.
It's probably not even beef. It's probably something else.
I can't stop talking about this. Like, my dad bought me a fucking quarter pounder, and when we were eating it, I just started laughing. I told him this tastes like cardboard, and he's like, "Yeah, no." And it's not even real food. It's not even food.
I mean, there are people that eat that shit daily, so.
Yeah, that's how you know people are literally livestock.
Yeah.
Reality can be literally anything
Brimstone.
for people.
Brimstone.
I've noticed a decent overlap with the manosphere and people being bronies. Well, I'm not really part of the manosphere. I doubt that those other guys really were bronies. I'm just like a 4chaner and an internet addict, so I pretty much did a lot of the things.
I'm a popular influencer within the manosphere, and I'm so fucking based in Christ pilled. Even though I'm not a Christian.
The manosphere...
to get money.
It's mostly shit. Like, the parts of it that are okay is where I'm adjacent to it, I guess. Like like the black pill part where it's not really about MGTOW or self-improvement, it's just about how life sucks and it's basically over. And so, you know, that's the chill part.
Yeah. I mean, those influencers are just like doofuses, in my opinion. Like, I don't even know their names, but the way they just come off across as just flying private jets or like driving fancy cars, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah, when MGTOW Cowboy came back in and said we should idolize Andrew Tate, I was like, I retched.
Yeah. You can tell those guys just had no father figures growing up.
Well, you can tell they fucking just got a job and their brain stopped developing.
Yeah.
That guy drove a truck for 10 years and his brain coincidentally is stuck 10 years ago. Doing 2016 memes talking about libtards and snowflakes and commies.
Your life sucks because of libtards and snowflakes and normies or something. Even though they have literally nothing to do with your problems, that's all. But whatever.
I mean, unironically, he blames everything on communists.
Communists are the reason why you're poor. No, pretty much did not go and pay attention to all the pedophile oligarchs.
Well, no, we're supposed to idolize them. He told us that. He said we should idolize Jews, we should idolize Andrew Tate. And I told him, I think I told him at one point, like, we are literally, like, ascetic losers that just like our computer. We have no interest in, like, you don't need to go to Epstein Island to enjoy life. We don't want that.
Yeah. Although I do find his like never give up in your personal life, that is kind of sort of inspiring, I guess, in a way. Like I
It's
get where he's coming
so
from that.
it's genuinely so generic and not even unique and nothing new. Like
Yeah.
obviously, if like I will tell you, if you can help your life and succeed, then sure. But the difference is that you should be another person who's walking around being aware of why things are happening. Like you should still like basically it doesn't matter what you're physically doing to me. What matters is that I want people to be enlightened as they do whatever they're doing because that pretty much makes a better world than if people worship capitalism and say like, you know, oh, I make money hustling people and fucking people over. This is what everybody should be doing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you know, like I said, I don't want people to fester. I don't want people to fail. It's just that, you know, I personally have been obscenely fucked over, and I'm not really sure how to get out of this. I don't even know if there is a way out. Pretty much all I've been doing is trying to finish projects before I lose the will to live. But other people, like, it doesn't. Again, it doesn't matter what your physical situation is. For me, it's about helping people become aware of this reality.
And also, the Cowboys also not doing too good in his personal life. He told me that as well.
Well,
I mean, so hey,
yeah, of course he's not. Like it's. I mean, clearly he's evidently things are not going well for him. Evidently, I don't even want to destroy him. I want him to improve. I want him to be another like enlightened person walking around spitting the truth, not feeding this bullshit about free helicopter rides for commies. Not like like every time whenever he would be on Wolf streams, I would listen in. He was just like babbling about about trannies again. He's just like babbling incessantly about how our masculinity is under attack. I don't. All of my suffering in life, when I'm getting exploited and suffering at work, I didn't feel like my masculinity was really under attack. I felt like a trained monkey and a slave. And I didn't feel any glory from working a physical labor job. And I feel like when I talk to tradies, they're all pathetic losers. They all do drugs and they're all bad people.
oh yeah.
Like that guys like that can't even conceive that many of us don't even want to fuck a prostitute. He thinks it's mind blowing that you can fuck a prostitute, and I don't even want that. We were trying to explain to him like I'm pretty much where I am right now is where I want to remain. My problems are that this will come to an end at some point. If life was just this, I really wouldn't care. That would be perfect. That's pretty much it for me. That's all I need.
Yeah. Yeah, like you don't like it sucks when you don't have a lot of money, but you have all those also other issues that will come up eventually, right? That you won't have the money for. So
Yeah, like I've found inner peace. I don't give a shit about, not getting laid. I don't give a shit about not reproducing. I don't care about, being a loser, not having enough money or whatever. It's just, I care about the fact that I will eventually run out of money or not be able to live for free on shit. And instead of, relaxing in this recliner staring at my computer, I'll be, slaving away for over 60 hours a week to barely exist. And then I'll probably just do drugs and kill myself.
Oh, gee. Damn. Yeah.
Like, people act like this right here is so bad. This is literally the best. Whenever you actually hang around normies, you go to these parties that they talk about and act like are so amazing, and you find out how shit it is and how they're lying about it, and how normies are shitty people, not worth being around, and how relationships are shit and romanticized, and then eventually you're like, this is the best thing that there is, pretty much. It's just being on the computer.
Executed. Rape is the most mild punishment normies deserved, followed by execution. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're on stream, so it's maybe not the best idea to say stuff like that.
He's been doing it a bit.
I'm sorry, I just forgot.
You actually can't say words like tranny or zog. Those are actually slurs that will get a video taken down. Apparently.
No. I forgot. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good.
The guy who founded TikTok said after his fortune, he just read books all day. This is the peak of human existence, pretty much. Everything else is cope because even Chinese emperors and shit were paranoid and people were trying to unalive them. Yeah, like, whenever you find inner peace and enlightenment, you're just chilling. You're just like reading, you're just doing whatever you want. The only problem is when you don't have money.
This is not good. Not good in the slightest.
Yeah. Well, Dags, I think I actually told you this. I recommend that you maybe find it work as little as possible, and since you're not paying bills, just try to save money. It might take a little bit. It might be slower, but at least you'll be saving something. If you
Well, yeah, obviously I should be doing that, but there's no real way to save up money. There's no real job to work, anything. I'll probably just get fired from anywhere. Like, I'm too fucked at this point to stack boxes or work in a kitchen. I could drive vehicles, but most of those jobs underpay. Even if I'm not paying bills, a huge chunk of that's going into my car that is slowly losing or gaining. Fuck, which one's mileage? I think mileage is the amount of gas it uses, but it's gaining miles. And then I'll have to replace it with a new car that will wipe out all my savings anyway.
Yeah, cars suck. Too expensive.
Yeah, they're getting more expensive and more broken. I will inherit some amount of money from my dad whenever he dies. That's pretty much all the only good thing in the future. It won't even be that much though, but I'll get whatever vehicle he has and probably a couple of tens of thousands. And then I can just, if it happens soon, I guess I'll just take the money and flee, get the fuck out of here, and go somewhere else and start over. Guy founded TikTok should read Fleeting Death Space Pirates. Maybe he should. I'm liking. I think I'm writing the second book a lot better than the first book. The first book, I tried some things that didn't really work as well as I thought. But this second time around is going to be a lot better, and it's just going to be them, the pirates, doing pirate things. And murdering wage slaves and such things.
Is it a sequel?
It's a sequel because their story basically will never end until all of them are dead. Which will happen eventually, it's gonna take a while. There is no definitive ending. There's no they drop the bomb on the bad guy and then humanity stops being corrupt and exploiting each other, and now it basically is like they just live their lives and eventually just die miserably. That's how a story should end.
Yeah. The true happy ending.
The happiness was masturbating and eating burritos, and then you get shot in the head or die of cancer.
Yeah. How have you been, Wolf? You've been a little bit quieter in the stream.
Yeah, I'm just relaxing, listening to this, just collecting my thoughts that, about everything you said. It's just really coming to light. It's reality. It's kind of horrifying.
Yeah, man, that's why I keep going on about it. I keep trying to spin this yarn and paint a picture. Because it's kind of hard to really describe simply. You have to, pretty much paint a big picture of it. I was fucking... I was tuning... I was, not talking for a bit when they were going back and forth about bullshit philosophy in China, which was cool. It's just I didn't have much to contribute or couldn't get a word in. It was just like, whatever, just let other people talk. Like, who cares, really?
Yeah, I can kind of understand what you guys are talking about, but actually saying it, I just have no clue.
That happens to me sometimes. I start saying things, I think I have an idea, and then I realize I don't, and I just kind of trail off. This applies to reality. There is nothing new. There is no dramatic ending. The world is a post-reality fever dream. The COVID tards are actually applicable to all history. You know, like that's really what you have to realize is that like you will just randomly die. You probably won't be ready for it, and you'll just, if it comes in slow, you'll have to accept it. You feel like, oh, you can't. Is this really happening now? Or like you'll suddenly be having a heart attack or something, and be like, oh, this is how it ends. Really? After all that, it's over. Like that's how death happens.
Well, we're the only animal that is aware of its own consciousness of death. We're the only animal that realizes we will die. Is that true? Maybe there's other animals that sense death, but to understand death is what I'm talking about.
I feel like most humans don't understand death either. To be honest. I feel because elephants and crows and shit, they do understand death and they feel grief. They know that something's wrong and they're like they have, both of those animals have funerals and they cry and mourn. They are aware that death exists, and that's also why, like, innately why they avoid danger. They fly away when a car's about to run them over because they know it's coming. Normies, to truly understand death, you have to understand nothingness, and nothingness is literally beyond the comprehension of almost every person alive. Nothingness is abstract, it doesn't look like anything. That's why they'll never understand it. That's what death is. You're becoming nothing completely. You're losing everything. All at once. And if people were more aware of things like that, the world would be a better place, but here we are, surrounded by retards who think they ride the Tom and Jerry gold escalator up to a cloud dimension, or think that rich people are going to give them immortality elixirs. Or just don't think about it. They're just like, I just don't care. Just don't think about it.
Yep.
Like, you get to a point where you just kind of realize it really doesn't matter. Like, it would suck to only lose parts of your life. It would suck if I lost my computer, but I was still alive. But if I completely died all at once and thus lost everything all at once, that wouldn't be as bad. It wouldn't even matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you live or die. It doesn't matter what happens, really.
Yeah. Well, except when your fucking tooth's killing you, then you kind of want to die, eh?
Yeah, then I'll... Well, I kind of... Yeah, I already want to... I generally want to die, like... Just... But... If a toothache lasted long enough, then I would probably muster the energy to actually put a gun in my mouth and kill myself. Thankfully, they only last about a day, maybe come back occasionally, but guess what? Guess why old people with chronic pains abuse opioids and kill themselves? Because that's what happens to them. The pain never stops. Thus, death is more real than life. Because life is constant negation.
Yep.
Like, it just from the pain, it's just immediately you just wake up every second in your face, inside your brain, constant pain. telling you no, no, arguing your existence down to nothing. There's nothing you can do about it, and you might as well be dead.
Yeah. I think mental pain is the worst, though.
Depends. I mean, mental pain you can theoretically come back from. Physical pain, it's just a matter of. I guess you would rather have mental pain than physical pain. Like, mental pain, like, you can potentially get over it. I've gone to some pretty dark places. I know for a fact depression is fucking real. It's real as hell. I have been in pain inside of my mind purely because of mental wounds. And I've like almost gone insane. And if life was like that where I'm in constant mental pain, then yes, I would kill myself from that also. But mental pain eventually you kind of get over it. I mean, I guess there's a threshold where you would just kill yourself, but physical pain, if it never ends, then you just gotta die.
Yeah.
Unless you can get heroin, and then you can. I mean, you'll still die, but the pain will stop while you're still alive for a little bit.
I heard for like a lot of like mental things, it never goes away, but you just get more used to it.
Well, I can definitely say that. Yeah, it never really goes away. You're pretty much always. You're kind of mentally crippled for life. You can bounce back from stuff, but you're still always, damaged. Your brain doesn't work as sharply as before, and you can't believe in things. You can't be as hopeful anymore, and you realize that it's all just kind of pointless. But the sad thing is that this is the only thing that is happening and will ever happen. Heracles in the myth was driven insane by the 12 labors. A literal demigod was broken into insanity by life here. Yep. Spiritual death is real. Doesn't matter if you're physically invincible or immortal, you can still be killed spiritually. And then you're suffering a fate worse than death because you can't die. I've been comfortable as fuck just lying here.
Yeah, your dead uncle's chair seems like a really relaxing spot.
Yeah, it's also for some reason wearing these socks and these pants I have on are adding to the comfort.
Usually wear shorts. Usually wearing a t-shirt on your streams.
And barefoot, like I'm just really comfortable right now.
I'm pretty much wearing basketball shorts and briefs wrapped around a blanket, laying down.
I got some jeans on right now. And my t-shirt still on my shoes. Yeah. You have a bed, right, though, Dags?
No, I sleep on. My dad doesn't use his bed, so I sleep on that whenever I want a bed.
Oh. He uses the couch, I guess.
Yeah, like so, I pass out in this chair a lot, but sometimes it's not flat enough. I wish it could recline back further than this, but sometimes I need a flat surface to change things up.
Need like a cheap mattress, maybe. Maybe that would do.
Yeah, I had one, and it got really dirty and gross just sitting on this floor because like tons of dust and shit gathers up around the floors. And then some dumbass, I don't know who, brought bed bugs into the house and they got into the mattress, so we dumped it in the woods.
Oh, bed bugs suck. I had those too.
Yeah, like it was I literally had to change my entire life and learn how to destroy them. Had to learn everything about them. And then once I did, I was basically killing them and rooting them out anywhere they were. I was killing them with a fucking lighter. I was actually totally exterminating them. I knew everywhere they were hiding.
How long did you have them for?
Like over a month.
Oof.
Yeah, it's real nice not having those around anymore. Not being able to sleep sucks.
Yeah, I had bed bugs once, and they would bite you when you're trying to sleep. They're everywhere. It's disgusting.
Yeah, and then you'll have PTSD for a while, for like the next year after they're gone. It'd be like imagining that they're biting you and waking up and feeling around thinking that the bed bugs are attacking. Unfortunately, my dad also lives here and they spread to him and he wasn't equipped. He wasn't mentally ready to deal with the threat, so they just kept feeding on him and reproducing. If it was just me, I would have been able to just kill them all with a lighter. But then, like I killed them all in my room, and then I literally did purge them all in this room, and they were all just on his couch.
Jesus.
I just literally just using a lighter. I fondly, or not fondly. I hate the smell. Remembering the smell of them burning. It's not like it doesn't just smell like burning flesh or burning hair. It's got a unique smell to it. How they smell when they're burning. It's gross. It's not even satisfying.
We had to get an exterminator to get rid of them here.
Yeah, we had to do that here too because my dad wasn't able to like even really imagine how bed bugs worked. The way that they hide literally anywhere, any crack, anywhere like where you don't think to look, that's where they're hiding. Like if you have a mattress, the mattresses have like folds and creases. You have to pull up the seam a little bit, and then that's where all the eggs are. Then you just burn them all out with a lighter.
I'd be worried about my mattress catching on fire.
It doesn't catch on fire that quickly. You would have to hold the flame to it for like maybe over a minute. Just in one spot. Even then you might just burn a hole in it. Unless there's other mattresses that are more flammable, but mine was not. Yeah, mold. I had black mold too. I scrubbed it off the walls here.
Black mold, that's pretty dangerous, isn't it? If you breathe that in.
I mean, it's supposed to be. Maybe it's supposed to fuck with you in subtle ways, but I didn't really notice much. I think I'm gonna just stop it here because I'm just gonna watch this movie that we're reviewing tomorrow. Bridge on the River Kwai. I've already seen it, but watching it a second time because I saw it the first time like 15 years ago, so I don't remember shit from it.
Good stream.
Good stream, man. Take care, Dags.
I'm glad it was better than last week. Glad to have you both on. Everybody else, take care.
Bye.